We'll call to order the Kennedale Council meeting November 15th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. To address the Kennedale City Council regarding an agenda item, please submit a request to speak form. I think most of you have already done that. If you haven't, go ahead and fill it out and turn it in now. You are allotted 3 minutes, and please limit your comments to the subject indicated on the form. You should address the Kennedale City Council as a whole rather than individual members or staff. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, the Kennedale City Council reserves the right to adjourn into an executive closed session at any time during the meeting to seek legal advice from the city attorney on any item posted on the agenda. Can I get a roll call?
Rocky Gilly,
Present.
Brad Horton,
Present.
Kenneth Michaels,
Here.
Austin Degerhart,
Present.
James Connor,
Here.
Mayor Joplin,
Here.
and City Manager Darrell Hall.
Okay, we'll
We have
move
a
in.
quorum.
Thank you so much. And first of all, before we get started, I just want to thank everyone for being here. I mean, your presence just shows your involvement in this community. So thank you for being here, and thank you for everyone that's watching us live, which you can watch us live. I'm sure you know that now you're watching us live, but for those that don't, you can watch us live at www.cityofkennedale.com/videos. We'll go into our work session. The first item on our work session is discussion and update on Alta 287. This was requested by Councilman Gilly, and we'll start with an update from our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, the last council meeting and P and Z, we had several complaints in reference to Alta Landing. We have been in contact with the coordinator manager for the property. We have basically went one step above the superintendent of the construction. We had a meeting this past Friday with that developer, or the one that supersedes the superintendent. He has assured us that we will be able to get a different lot bracket or parking lots to help dim the lighting on the backyards of some of our residents. We have also discussed the other complaints that's been involved with the 3-foot property that's behind the wall and the property fence itself. They have also ensured that they're maintaining that will continue to be maintained. I had met with them last week, and at the time they were also cleaning that back 3-foot area up. So some of the things that has been discussed in the complaints that we followed up with the superintendent, that they are following through and getting some of those completed. Just an update far as one of the complaints as well from our citizens was in reference to the privacy fence. The privacy fence is, I have elected to allow that fence to stay. And it was based off of when I first came to the city manager position. As discussed last time, that they wanted a different style of fence erected to help headlights and other debris from the wind, trash, whatever, from being able to go into their backyard. So we agreed to allow them to put up a privacy fence, a 6-foot privacy fence. The issue is, one of the complaints is the fence, the smooth side is on the wrong side. I feel that mistake is more on my side of not explaining that. And with them wanting that style of fence, I accepted that. Some of the other complaints they have had, they're still addressing. Particularly, I think one of the other complaints is the wheel stops, or being able to stop a car prior to going over the railing or beyond the fence or going past the wall. They have agreed to place wheel stops. So you'll have the curb and a wheel stop, kind of like if you pull out the park and you hit that little railing. They're going to put that there for protection. I know that's not necessarily what has been asked by our citizens, but it is a form of protection to keep that vehicle from going over the curb itself. So they're working on the complaints. They're listening to us, and we'll get them taken care of.
In that meeting, the discussion that you had, did they indicate any frame or any, because this has been going on for months during the
That
construction?
is correct. Their time is coming up. I also advise them that I will not be signing a CO or any other agreements for them to continue to operate. At whatever point they continue to violate the CO, a citation will be issued in reference to that. So they're very aware where our stance currently is, and we'll continue to do that.
Yeah, because I toured the area a couple of times and from both sides. And one of the things that is not just an irritation, but is a safety issue. At some point in time, a vehicle will roll off that parking lot. It may be 5 days, it may be 15 years, but it will happen. And it's going to end up in someone's backyard or house, depending how rapidly it's traveling or accelerating. And that's that's a safety concern. That's a life and limb issue. The parking stops, did they indicate if they would be of a size that would, is it just the normal parking stop or something that would retain a vehicle more so than the normal parking stop?
To indicate a particular size, honestly, I didn't ask that. The idea obviously is whenever you park, you've reached the end. Whenever you start talking about the speeds or the things of that nature, we're talking about a vehicle parking, where speed or something of that nature is not truly involved in it. You hope that they're turning in to park, that they're not speeding to do so. There's other factors that's going to cause that to happen if that does happen. So the idea is that a vehicle comes, parks, things do happen. They may put it in drive and not put it in reverse, whatever the case is. That's the purpose of that wheel stop, is be able to stop that from occurring, give the driver or whoever the attention, hey, you're going the wrong way. So, there's the intention of it is rightful. So that's the idea of that. But to say if somebody's doing 30 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour, that's not going to stop anything. There's other factors that's going to cause that, not anything other.
Yeah, it's the separation in grade and the proximity to the people's backyard. That's that's an issue. And it would almost have to be like a guardrail type device to protect anything, a backyard, if any speed was reached or any momentum, car coming out of gear, not setting the parking brake, that sort of thing. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Could I swing back on the lighting issue?
Sure.
Now I think maybe the lighting was turned off for a couple nights, but it's back on. And I say this because I can see it from my back porch, almost probably a little over half a mile away, but are they going to continue to work with, I guess time frame on that? Because I know that people aren't getting sleep at night. And is there a time frame on when we could see some movement on the lighting?
I believe this will be fairly quickly. I believe the manager understood the urgency of what we were requesting. Also, time is not on their side anymore. In the past, we've been working with them trying to get a solution to it. Unfortunately, they haven't worked on it that hard. Now they understand what that urgency is to get it corrected. Just our meeting dealing with that manager, he had a bigger picture of understanding the consequences of not correcting the lighting. he knows that that's not going to be acceptable anymore. Just sitting down and just on a conversation, he come up with 3 solutions that was very, in my mind, would be approved. And which is going to be something that's positive for both sides. One of the things he did mention is that he is willing to turn the lights off. That may be happening. I may need to confirm it with Chief Brown. Also, in that same aspect of it, I asked him not to turn them off totally. I asked him to at least leave a couple of them on for security of the people that do live there. So you will see a difference in the lighting, but there's going to be strategically other lighting that's still on within the parking lot itself. So there, in other words, on the southeast corner, there's an area where there's like a dog park. I requested to go ahead and leave that light on. I don't believe at this point it's actually interfering to the other residents on the south side of that. They did go in and erect other lighting on the western side of the property, and I believe we should have some of them that will be coming turned off.
Are there residents living in the apartments currently?
Yes,
Do they have a temporary certificate of occupancy?
that's correct.
Okay.
And another thing, I don't know that it was brought up tonight, but you know, I heard some of our citizens from Steeplechase mention it at the last meeting was the garbage trucks coming in the middle of the night. Is there anything we can do on that? Or
There's several different things we can do. One, we discuss that as well, and he'll get with the manager that's managing that service. If it's not corrected on that side of it, our police department or our code compliance can do that as well.
Okay.
We have a noise ordinance that will restrict it from 10 PM to 7 AM.
Okay.
Something that wasn't mentioned in this entire conversation, and one of the reasons why I voted against the action last month is the density. It's actually come to my attention that they're over their density allotment for multifamily. What do we have to do about that?
That will be something that we'll need to have a discussion with the city attorney, and we'll have to discuss that at a later time for more information.
As in, when would we like to have that discussion? Because according to our UDC, if they're over on the allotment of their density, that means they don't get a CO. We need to rectify that in pretty quickly.
If you would, give me a chance to speak with Chance and obviously with the city attorney before I make any comments. I think it'll be safe for me to ask for that time to seek the opinion of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I mean, when I look at this, there's the UDC code, there's the code, and then there's being a part of the community and being respectful of your neighbors. And in my view, the residents of Steeplechase, it's a great neighborhood. They're valued members of our community. And they have had to put up with things that they really just shouldn't have to put up with. And I appreciate you working and going at another higher level of management with the Alta development team. And could we as a council have maybe timely follow-ups of where we're at on certain issues? And I mean, not daily, of course, but perhaps weekly, or could you let us know so that we can share that with the people that live in Steeplechase that we're, making some progress?
We'll have another meeting next week, and I'll be able to give you an update exactly what's progressed from that point.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilman Gilly, do you want to have them show the PowerPoint now, or do you want to?
Yes, I think that
or-
would be valuable for the council members that maybe have not seen it and other members of the audience.
So we had a couple of requests to speak, and I'm just gonna go ahead and have them speak now, since we're on this subject.
Got to turn the power on. There we go. Sorry about that. Jonathan Chevron, 500 Steeplechase Trail, president of the HOA over there. And I was in this room in 2019 when we first started talking about this development next door. I was here when Melissa Daly laid out the whole plan of what it would look like in our neighborhood. I wrote an email to the neighborhood saying, this is what I heard at this meeting. This is what the picture is. I have the email from her saying you have exactly right what the plan was. And then ever since then, the plan has changed. It's not been what was promised to us. It's not been at all what we expected. And then all along the way, we have not felt at all that Alta has cared about us in any form. Like, it has not been a thing where we have felt like they've wanted to be good neighbors with us. It's felt like they've wanted to build something and then immediately sell it and go build something somewhere else. So I just want you guys to know that that's the attitude we're feeling as neighbors of the Alta Apartments. And it seems like a bad start to a relationship. So, when we're talking through things that we would like them to do, we're not asking for favors because we don't think they'll give us any. All we're asking is for things that are directly a part of the UDC code on the Kennedale website. So I'm gonna walk you through just some of those things that we brought up and just highlight some of the UDC violations and just hear from, whether there's going to be, we're going to grant them a waiver on that. We're not going to care about that. We're not going to force that, or if there is, when that might happen. So lighting is a huge issue. We've already heard our neighbors shouldn't have to be dealing with this. The EDC says, it should be confined on site. It should be shaded, shielded, so the light intensity will not be objectionable to surrounding areas. It says that lights cannot be higher than 14 feet off the ground. If you look at what my neighbors on that side are experiencing, it's just constant daylight in their backyard. It should not be that way. So my question would be, why are they allowed to build higher than EDC? And why are they allowed to spill over and they can't give a certificate of occupancy with this situation like it is? Fence. I understand the fence issue was complicated. I don't know what all the complications were. I do know that when I'm driving past Sublet and I look at the apartments, I do see an ugly side of the fence facing me on Sublet. I don't understand why it needs to be that way. That doesn't seem to me that adds property value to my house, driving past this huge apartments. And then for people that back up to this, to have that with the ugly side of the fence in their backyard, 5 feet behind their fence, that doesn't seem to add property value to them. So I don't understand why we would give them an exception to which side of the fence. If they like the nice fence, just build a double fence and just put extra panes on both sides. It's a simple solution. If they want to flip it around, that's a simple solution. If it's really Kennedale's fault, then have Kennedale pay to flip it. But it just doesn't seem like that's something that should be allowed when the UDC clearly says the finished side of the fence shall face the exterior of the lot. So it's just very simple and clear. Guardrail leaf stop, we talked about landscaping trees. We need trees every 40 feet. This will help with all sorts of issues. And so I just want to know that, make sure that still happens. We're still missing a ton of those trees along that barrier. The city of Kennedale ordinance says you're not allowed to give them a certificate of occupancy until those trees are in place. So my question is, let's make sure we don't do that, right? And you guys can stop me if you need to. I'm just going to keep going because I know my time is limited.
Yeah,
not-
do you have the 3 minutes going?
I want to stop you just
Yeah,
for a
please, yeah.
second. Also, we did have that same discussion and they're putting the landscaping in correctly.
Good. That's great. By landscaping, it's like the trees every 40 feet thing. That's great. We look forward to that for sure. Runoff and drainage, there should not be drainage. When this was first planned, there's supposed to be a huge collection thing. There should be not drainage coming off of my neighbor's yards from water and rains. That has been a constant issue for my neighbors on that side. I don't know if they have a finished plan in place for that, but there should not be runoff and drainage along the wall going in my neighbor's yards. There should not be trash from that. We talked about the no man's land. I'm going to go fast to that because I think you've said that's being addressed. And so we're just going to take it on faith that is being addressed, that no man's land between my neighbor's fence and the barrier, that really no one, we just want that handled and have a solution if people start throwing more trash back there. That's on the neighbor's job to clean that up. Noise, we talked about that. Gosh, first of all, there shouldn't be a trash receptacle within a few feet of someone's house. I think if they wanted to be good neighbors to us at Alta, they would have moved that to a different place in the parking lot. And for sure, they shouldn't be banging around, waking up my neighbors at 1 a.m. I think this is resolved as of November 11th, but gosh, man. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry for flooding your backyard and for waking all y'all up for no apparent reason would be helpful. So that's just kind of an overview, and I've got hard copies of this. I'll leave my thumb drive here. We can make copies, but those are the things that I would love to hear. Just that those will be addressed prior to the certificate of occupancy.
If I might respond, and according to Toma, I'll ask the attorney to keep me on firm ground. As I understand it, I can address factual issues from the dais during a work session.
You can.
Thank you, sir. Back to the zoning issue. Before you saw what you were promised, sort of, this is how zoning works. You'll hear the city attorney often refer, this is a straight zoning issue. They can promise you the hanging garden of Babylon, and they're only bound by the zoning. So that's how it works. They tell you how this is going to be great, and then it's zoned, and it's, no, we're going to stick to the zoning, and we're going to stick to our side of the zoning. That's human nature. The code was actually changed. That would have been in August, September of 2019 to allow one more story on Alta. And that was approved by a previous council. Hence, that's why the bait and switch. That's just a matter of record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Moran, do you want to speak as well? No. Christina?
Can y'all hear me? Okay. My name is Christina Husfeld. I reside at 1411 Derby Drive. So for almost 6 months, my husband and I have been trying to work with the city and work with the developers regarding these issues that really started around that time. The fence going up, the drainage, now that we had like moved along. We've dealt with a lot of city staff turnover, and we've been very understanding with that. But we're just requesting an update and timeframes for all these items that everyone's been talking about. So I was told on October 25th by the city that the lights would be turned off until the problem was fixed, but that did not happen. Then I was told by the city manager on November 8th that the lights would not be turned off due to safety regulation requirements, and that they're proceeding with a photometric test or whatever it is. So are we now turning the lights off? Is that now it's okay as long as we keep some of them on? Is that correct?
As long as the lights are continue to give safety to the complex itself as well, that is correct.
Okay.
We're trying to make some adjustments, so it's being fair to both sides.
Okay.
Uh,
So all those lights along the building are plenty of it light to
Absolutely.
be lit up. So
And that's been addressed.
even just along our lines, like we're not asking for all of them to be turned off, but just the ones that are really shining into our neighborhood. Do we have a solution, like a date for that we know of?
I don't have a date. He should be getting back with us next week. We'll have
Okay.
a meeting set up, and he should give us an update on what he's found.
Okay,
He was not aware of some of the issues that's taking place. And he asked for time to be able to find a solution and talk to his team to find
Okay.
out what he can do.
and then regarding UDC 13.11 with the 14-foot lights, are they being required to drop those to be only 14 foot per the UDC? Is that correct? Same with like the lighting along their building that we can see from our neighborhood. It's like attached to the walls, but those are all, everything's above 14 foot. So are they going to be required to abide by the UDC?
We'll address every bit of it. It's not just
Okay.
the lights around your property. They'll be for all of them.
So all the lights will be lowered to 14 foot or below?
We'll address it. I don't have an answer for that right now, but yes, we can drop
Okay.
them if that's the
Yeah,
case.
it's just in the city ordinance. So that's why I'm asking if the city's going to hold them
Sure.
accountable. The next thing is the fence. I was told by the city manager on November 8th that he will not require the developers to abide by the UDC when it comes to the fence. Stated that he had asked the developer at that time to put the fence build a fence that was outside of the rim of the UDC. So instead of a 4-foot fence, he asked for a 6-foot fence. Again, I still don't understand how the fence doesn't need to be on the right side. We appreciate the 6-foot fence, don't get me wrong, but you saw that picture out on Sublet Road. You see it behind our houses. We go and sell our house. Now, not only have the apartments decreased our home value already, but now I feel like the city or the city manager, I'm not sure who's at fault for this, is also allowing our values to be decreased by allowing the developers to not fix that. And why are they not being, so per the UDC, it does state that, you know, sorry, I kind of got off track. It says it's to enhance the aesthetic and visual image of the city. So long ago, before, you know, this was the city, they'd put that in for a reason, to keep Kennedale beautiful. So why is the development over there not being held to that standard of keeping our city beautiful? The city of Kennedale and its leaders should have more pride in our city than to allow this to happen. If the residents of Kennedale are being held to keep our city beautiful, so should the outside developers. The city manager has accused me of demanding these things, which I can be a little forthcoming with stuff and constant. But as I told him, I will continue to stand up for those codes and ordinances that the city has put into place unless they've changed. Once they change, then we will abide by those as well. Our neighbors are not asking for special treatment. We are simply asking that the city do right by its residents and hold the developers accountable to the city codes and ordinances. So as a neighborhood, I feel like, yes, myself and our neighbors are demanding that the city serve the residents of Kennedale, not the developers.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Christina. Thank you.
If I could throw something in here, is there perhaps the ugly side of the fence? Is there perhaps another method that we could ask the developer if they could put some sort of decorative, I don't know, vines, although that's a maintenance, that's a maintenance hassle. Austin, you've got some experience in this. Would you have any ideas about what they could do to maybe make
Double-side
it less
fence.
ugly?
Double side the fence or move the pickets around.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking is double-sided or maybe
Board on board it.
or yeah, swap the panels around. But the other thing is with the trees and, you know, once they are planted, it would make the fence less obvious, but okay. All right. So there's not much we can do. Yeah. Other than redoing the fence, there's not much that can be done for that. All right.
Okay, I was wondering if, hold one second. We're going to go ahead. We're just going to move the agenda around a little for our swearing in so we can get our firefighters and our police officers sworn in and have them back to work. So can we have the swearing in for our firefighter, Michael Pettyjohn, and we'll start with him. Chief Brown?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's an honor to recognize tonight one of our firefighters for the completion of his 1-year probationary period. The first year of a firefighter's career is very arduous. We train some more, and we follow that up by even more training. But we train them to death in that first year just to see what kind of person they are, what they can learn, and just how well they're going to go and be a part of our family going forward. Michael Pettyjohn, he's done an excellent job in this first year, become a valuable asset to us. And tonight we want to bring him up, coming up. Oh, there you are right there. We're going to swear him in tonight, give him his badge and just thank him for being one of our new and wonderful employees. You would raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of firefighter of the state of Texas. City of Kennedale. And will to the best of my ability. Protect and serve the citizens of Kennedale. In their time of need. So help me God. Everybody would give me a hand. Thank you. There's your badge that you get after 1 year. You can have boxes. Oh, yeah, I got those boxes. This is a ticket that we give you. Basically says just what we do. Swearing in and all that stuff. If I could, and I'll get you. Tell you what, I'll get you this. I get signed it, copy it. Okay. Sure. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Everybody, thank you. I'm getting out of the way. Okay. Thank you very much.
Then Chief Hogan will have us swearing in for Officer Thomas Major.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council, our boss. Great to be here. So Officer Thomas Major is a brand new addition, was sworn in last night as a police officer. We have to do it a little bit differently because he can't wear the uniform or the gun unless he's sworn in by the state of Texas statutes. So we're doing the oath of office, which is what we typically do here. But before we get into that, I'd like to go ahead and read his bio. If I just take a couple of minutes. We're very proud of having Officer Thomas Major be a part of us. He was born in El Paso, and he split his childhood between Arlington, Texas and Memphis, Tennessee. Officer Major attended Ridgeway High School in Memphis, Tennessee and graduated in 1990. Following high school graduation, he attended Memphis State University and Tarrant County College. Officer Major began working for the FedEx Corporation in 1991 at 19 years old. He worked there for 26 years. During his tenure at FedEx, he worked as a courier dispatcher and a member of the supervisory team that he was a part of. They were awarded 12 consecutive Circle of Excellence awards for exemplary service. He retired from FedEx in 2017 to pursue a career in law enforcement. In 2019, Officer Major began his service by starting with the UTA Police Department. He attended North Central Texas Council of Governments Police Academy in class 260. Officer Major completed the academy maintaining a 95.3 GPA, which is actually really very difficult to maintain such a high GPA because you're being stressed out physically, and the state exam to be a peace officer is not easy by any means. So that's a highly commendable GPA to have. Mine wasn't that high. You can do that. While serving at UTAPD, he also completed his intermediate license and successfully also completed the police training officer training course. And essentially he's already a certified police officer trainer. So that's a great asset to us in the police department. He has been married to Detective Anna Major with the Arlington Police Department. She's back there in the black coat. Take some pictures here in a few minutes. And they've been married for 19 years. They're looking forward to their 20th anniversary in July of next year. His wife, Detective Major, has served with the Arlington Police Department for the last 5 years. When they are not at work, they enjoy spending time with their dogs, Scout and Max, hiking and backpacking. Their favorite spot is the North Rim on Big Bend National Park. In his off time, he also enjoys restoring his 1971 Ford Bronco, which I would love to see. Looking forward to that. Officer Major's wife, Anna, and his in-laws, and this is the most interesting part of this. Not only did he worked extensively here while he was working with FedEx for Kennedale, so he knows Kennedale probably as good as Chief Hull does. He used to deliver throughout Kennedale. But his family has lived in Kennedale and/or is connected to Kennedale for over 4 generations. They've lived here. They've graduated from Kennedale High School. So all total, they estimate over 80 years of Kennedale combined experience living here as part of our community. So, with that being said, we need to go ahead and do the oath of office. Read that for him, please.
On my honor, I will never tarnish my badge, my integrity, my character, or the public trust. I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. I will always uphold the Constitution, my community, and the agency I serve. I understand that I am now a member of a value-driven organization. I will lead by example and hold my peers accountable to partner with the community to make Kennedale a better place to live, visit, and conduct business.
Officer Major, congratulations.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to our work session. The second item on our work session is our Dunaway contract. And do you want to update that, or is that going to be Chance or? Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions or Councilman Horton?
Thank you. Let me get clarification with the city attorney. Is it okay if I asked about proposed expense for the city? Sorry about that.
Don't ask such difficult questions.
You can certainly discuss and talk about the contract.
Okay.
If you consider the expense to be part of the contract, yeah.
Sure. Just looking over the fee summary here, you know, kind of categorize things into a lump sum and then just noticing down below direct expenses. Do you have an estimate or ballpark about what that might be? Or what would that entail? What would the direct expenses be? Uh-huh. So is the direct expenses, is that the 2% administrative fee, or is that in addition to the 2% administrative fee? Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else? No, not yet. Okay,
I-
well, I'm
I
sure
have
there'll
one-
be.
One
you have-
quick thing, if I may. Looking at the timeline for the UDC and comp plan update, when I reviewed the proposal, I seem to remember it being about a 14-month timeline. Are we still thinking that's the case, or is there the opportunity to have it done within a 12-month period?
Where we might be able to find value added to that contract, we make sure that it fits more than a 12-month timeline. It also might be more of an update to your thinking. And then the bulk of it. Probably the most pressing aspect of it. So we can certainly work with the contract.
Very good, thank you.
I've got a question. Can you give us a few examples of cities that you've worked with similar to Kennedale in this area that you've worked with? Thank you.
You recently did Lake Worth's comprehensive plan, correct? Or done? Okay. And I guess they're roughly the same size as we are because we play them in football. So I was just asking, what was do you know the timeline that it took to complete theirs? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
I
Uh,
keep hearing a lot of, staff and, what staff would want and what council would want and what other steering committees would want. In any of the 14 plans that you have completed, did you ever ask the citizens what their input were?
What are some of the, just a brief example of some of the metrics that you would use to determine if something's working or not? Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of you in the future. We look forward to working with you as well. Thank you. Council, do you have any questions or need for discussion for any part of the remainder of the agenda? If not, we'll just go ahead and move forward to the regular session. All right, we'll have our invocation and our pledges, and I've asked Councilman Horton if you'll do us the honor of an invocation, and Councilman Michaels, if you'll lead us in the pledges. If you don't mind, I'd like to actually at this time, would be okay for the presentation of the flag, for you guys to do that now? I think this is a great time to do that after our invocation and flag. We'll have this is a presentation of a flag from our First United Methodist Church, Pastor Nelda, that's what she's known as, Pastor Nelda, and Lori Sanders.
Now it's on. Oh, it's on. Sorry. Good evening, Mayor Joplin and City Manager Hull, to council members, to citizens, other guests and friends. I bring you greetings in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And I just wanted to come tonight and present this flag to you on behalf of one of our members, Command Sergeant Major Scotty Messer. He's a graduate of Kennedale High School. His family has roots here. So he thought of us, his home, Kennedale, he thought of his church home and the schools. And so he's presented flags to each of those are the church, the city, and to the schools. And so I will read to you the flag, or the ones that he's donated to us, flew at Fort Sam Houston down in San Antonio. That's a pretty old fort, built back in 1876 on 43 acres of land, named for Sam Houston, who at that time was the president of the Republic of Texas. Anyway, that's just a little trivia I thought you all might like to know. But this is a flag of the United States of America. And this is to certify that on the 19th day of October in the year of 2022, this American flag flew over the historic Fort Sam Houston quadrangle in San Antonio, Texas. This flag bears witness to the strength and resolve of the American spirit, as it is the symbol of our freedom, national pride, and our history. My name is Old Glory, long may I wave. Signed by Phil Barreto, who's the Command Sergeant Major of the U.S. Army, United States Army North, and John Evans, the Lieutenant General, U.S. Army Commander, United States Army North. And so on behalf of Scotty and these gentlemen here, we present this flag to the city of Kennedale. Amen.
I think this is perfect in light that it was just Veterans Day. It's absolute
Absolutely.
perfect timing.
Yes, indeed it was.
Okay, we will move to reports and announcements. We'll have our updates from members of our council, and we'll start with Councilman Gilly.
Well, I've spent some time the last month or so, met with a few new businesses in Kennedale. Kind of got up to speed on some current happenings going on in Kennedale. I also spent the last week touring small libraries in the Panhandle of Florida, and spoke with Elizabeth about that earlier. And just sort of getting acquainted, getting ready to really get engaged in the next few weeks.
Like Councilman Gilly, I've also the past month had a chance to visit with some of our local businesses and really kind of develop relationships with them and see, you know, some of the things that they care about and things. So I'm looking forward to diving into that more frequently and often in the coming months. And, you know, I just would like to take a step back and also congratulate City, Mr. Hull, Mayor Joplin for the great trunk or treat. Then I know a lot of you guys were there and it was fantastic. And just, you know, the more stuff we can do like that as a city and as a community that bring people together, I think it's a win-win. And also just finally, the Veterans Day remembrance that we had was fantastic, very honoring of the very best among us. And, you know, I was really honored to get to be here and witness it. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilman Michaels.
I do want to thank the city for actually putting on Trunk or Treat. It was a great event. I think I gave out over 400 coloring books to the trick or treaters, so there was a lot of kids. I did attend the Veterans Day celebration, and that's something I hope that we can keep going. And went to the Forest Hill Town Hall for the Southwest Connector. Attended with a couple of the city council members and the mayor, and that's coming up pretty quick here. They're going to do groundbreaking on the 30th of this month. I did attend the TML Regional 8 with the mayor and got some updates on our legislator that's going to be going on this next year. And it was a great deal to talk with other cities. We spent good time talking with the city of Forest Hill and Dalworth Gardens. So I think that's about it.
Just in case you don't know, this is the busiest guy on council, and I just want to thank you for that, for everything that you do. Councilman Degenhardt?
I don't have an update at this time.
Councilman Connors?
Well, it's been a busy month for me personally. Professionally though, I did also attend the Southeast Connector project in Forest Hill, attended the trunk or treat. I was unfortunately not able to make it to the veterans celebration, a little under the weather that day. I have attended, you know, some of our hometown Christmas meetings. So, we do have an update on those, which I do see is going to be coming from Elizabeth, so I'll let her speak more on that. Just talking with residents, I know there's a lot of people out there who are literally hitting my phone up about the streets in Kennedale. We are working on them. Please I know patience is not a virtue in some states and in some minds, but I am going to ask and plead for your patience as we try to work through this. We have a number of streets in the city which need repair. We're working on it. Give us just a little bit of time, please. But besides that, I have no other updates.
Thank you. For me, yes, this has been a really a busy month. This is my first month as mayor, and it's been an absolute honor. The past 4 weeks have been full of networking with mayors from North Texas, community engagements, Kennedale Theater performance, Tarrant County Regional Transportation panel discussions, KISD Fall Festival, our city-sponsored trunk or treat, city staff lunch sponsored by Mr. and Mrs. Babina from Falconwood. Forest Hill, the mayor, Stephanie Boardingham, invited council to the Forest Hill citizens presentation of the 820 connector project. So we will have one here for our citizens. It will be in January, and we'll make sure to get that information out, and you will want to come because this is a huge project and it's going to affect us for years from about 2023 till 2026. I'm meeting with and supporting local business owners, having conversations with neighbors and citizens about how we can together do more for our community we love. We are seeing the roads resurfaced and more to come. Butterflies are enjoying all the efforts of the Keep Kennedale Beautiful. Attended the Dalworthington Gardens 30th Annual Law Day, and that was thanks to the invitation of the Dalworthington Garden Mayor, Lori Bianco. There were law agencies from all over North Texas. It was amazing. And we were represented there as well. We had 2 new businesses open in Town Center, Simple Simon Pizza, which I'm now a regular, and Wally's Pickles, which is amazing. They're both delicious. I would also like to thank the church, Iglesias Our Church, Pastor Holly Dross, for the invitation to the beautiful ladies' tea that I had the pleasure of attending this past Saturday. And then everyone mentioned our first veterans event was such an honor. Was such an honor. We had our the TCU, thanks to the staff for making all that happen, because we had it all set up for outside. They put flags up and flags for each military. And then we had to move everything inside, and it was just done just like this. Everything was just, and it looked like we planned it inside. I mean, it was amazing. And so thank you for everyone making that happen and bringing the TCU Honor Guard here. We had our KISD student, Jazzy Jennings, that just sang a powerful national anthem, made me cry. And then the privilege of having Brigadier General Jeffrey Pugh as our keynote speaker. If you, like me, and you love the flags in the neighborhoods, how you can get yours is by contacting KennedaleRotaryClub.com to order yours, and it'll be delivered to your home for all the flag holidays. December the 10th, if you'll just make a note of that, if you happen to be around Walmart and want to come by that's going to be the Ring the Bell, the Red Kettle. That's when Kennedale is going to be represented. And it is a competition with other cities. So come by and see us. We'll have council staff and board members. Hopefully board members will join us as well. And then to help our seniors with a Thanksgiving meal, you can provide food or cash donations to New Senior Outreach Kennedale. And you can reach, if you want to contact me and ask me about it, or you can also contact Sarah Johnson, and I can give you her number as well. Super excited about the Hometown Christmas kickoff, November 26th, and we'll have more information about that next. And I just would like to wish all of you a very, very happy Thanksgiving. We have so much to be thankful for. And with that, we will move to the updates from the city manager, which I'm sure, looking at his tie, are going to be related to Christmas.
tomorrow night. Yeah. What time? Yeah. Well, it's kind of hard to beat you, Mayor, but very well done. I'm very impressed. To add to what she has done as well, tomorrow night, the City of Arlington will be hosting a meeting in reference to the construction of the Sublet Road. So from the Steeplechase addition to 287. So if you want to meet there at the Kennedale High School at 6 p.m., they will have a small presentation of what's going to occur in the next, I think it's 7 months that it's going to take to build that new section of Sublet. And it's at 6 p.m. in the media center, yes, up here by the football stadium. Also, just kind of put a date for the Southeast Connector Project, which is the interstate for 820-287 corridor. That will be January the 10th, and it will be at 6 p.m. here in the chambers. With that, I want to ask Ms. Partridge to come up. She is going to do a great honor of giving us an update on our Christmas event that's coming November the 26th.
Right. So, and I'm going to take advantage of the time at the microphone to tell you a little bit about the library and the senior center too. So it'll be a full report. So first on the Kennedale Hometown Christmas, it has been amazing to get all kinds of community support for what we're doing. Right now, there are 46 vendors signed up to participate in the vendor fairs, which includes, I think it's 8 food trucks. So you'll eat well while you're there. The celebration starts on the 26th from noon until 8 p.m. We have performances lined up from dancers and singers local. We have a Mexican folkloric ballet coming in and bringing some traditional dances that is extremely popular right now. So from noon until 6 on the hour, we have different acts coming in, and then 6 o'clock is when we will do our presentation of the tree lighting. And I don't know if you looked out there before you came in, but only the tippy top is missing on the tree right now. And I posted a couple of videos of it going up today. So take a look at that. It's been a long day. But the tree should be all lit up tomorrow. Our fingers are crossed anyway. And then on the 27th, after the big celebration, 6 o'clock, the lights go on and then Santa comes in, and then the firemen will have s'mores for everybody. And there will be elves out in the park to hand out candy for the people roaming around and watching all the beautiful lights. And then the next day from noon until 5, we have music again scheduled for the day. And then at 2 p.m., Councilman Michaels is judging the ugly sweater contest. So wear your ugliest sweater. But we'd have some local entertainment that's scheduled for that. There won't be vendors of things. We're saving that for Sunday, but there will be food trucks there. So please bring your families, enjoy the music, stroll around and wear an ugly sweater because we want to judge you. Then after that, every weekend up until the 18th of December, we have something planned. So on the 3rd of December is Santa's workshop, which Lori Boyd is managing for us. You can bring your family in to write letters to Santa. We have little postcards made up, and there's a mailbox where you can deliver it to the North Pole right there. We also have cookie decorating, and you're going to be able to paint ornaments to add to the park. So you'll be able to put your own decorations in the park. And then the following weekend, the 10th, we have movie night. We're going to be showing How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the Jim Carrey version, and it's going to be outside in the pavilion area. We hope. If not, it'll be in the community room, and that's all toasty and warm. And then on the last weekend, the 17th, we have the final vendor fair, and we call that the last minute Christmas vendor fair, because that's when you can buy all your last minute Christmas gifts. That will be from 12 until 6. There will be miscellaneous food trucks, but it's mostly to concentrate on the vendors themselves. that weekend, the Kennedale Theater is also doing their Christmas Chaos production in the pavilion, which will be the 16th, 17th, and 18th from 7 to 9 p.m. 3 nights. Yeah. So it's a full schedule of events. We've got a lot going on. And every time I post something on Facebook about it, it just flies all over the place. So hopefully you guys are seeing those because I think they're kind of fun. So yeah, but I think that's pretty much everything. I don't think I forgot anything. Okay. And every day Daryl says, how about this? So we make it happen. Yeah, but while I'm up here, let me tell you a couple of things that are happening at the senior center and the library. At the senior center, you all know that we started our contract with Meals on Wheels. We've had 15 days as of today, and it's been great. We've had an increase in people coming in. We had probably 20 extra people on days we didn't expect them. I think this week it's been a little less because it's so cold, but there are still people coming in for meals that we have never met before. I had a conversation with a man who called me and said, are you guys really doing Meals on Wheels? I said, yeah. And he said, my wife died 2 years ago. I'm 76 years old and I don't know how to cook. Do you think that would be good for me? And I said, yeah, that would be great. So I said, do you like anything else? And he said, well, I play some games. I said, you play dominoes? And he says, I love dominoes. So we have a standing domino crew. So now we might have a new member that's coming in to eat, be warm, meet people, and play dominoes. And so that, I think, is probably the biggest reason that we did this, is to make sure that people have a place to go and food to eat. So some of the future plans we have are, the big one was bingo. I don't know if you realize this, but they love bingo a lot. So we have bingo on Monday and Wednesday now, and that's exciting. It brings in a lot more people, and it has been kind of nice for people to meet each other, new people. And then some of the ideas that we have for the future are to include a book club, obviously, and then also to do like a senior prom, where we invite the seniors to dress up in their finest and we have a dance for them. So that would be fun. We have a bunch of people who have signed up to be volunteers from amongst the group, which we are happy about. So they'll be able to take care of the tasks on their own and make a bunch of decisions on what programs, projects, and special needs they have. So that's the senior center. And then the library, we just hired a new part-time person who filled our gap because we had our person leave at the end of the summer to go to college. So it's nice that we actually are fully staffed again. So I could actually leave the building once in a while. That's been nice. But we have some ideas for the library, which include bringing parks and people together. One of the ideas that I ran by Daryl was a story walk, where you can have books outside, but one page at a time. So as you walk along, you read the book. And then some future things involve crafternoon, maker place, 3D printing, gaming clubs, all kinds of things that are going to bring people together and share information. One of the things that we're currently working on that is kind of a pending project is self-checkout, where you can actually check your stuff out on your way out the door. So that's a brief presentation on what's happening at both of those places. So if you have any questions. No?
It's amazing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Very impressive. Did you have anything you wanted to add? No? Okay, financial report. What I'd like to ask is, we just received the report this morning. I'd like for council to have additional time to review those documents before we have any discussion. We'll move to our visitor and citizen forum. I have a couple of people, and then the rest, everyone is going to be speaking on the public hearing. So to speak other than the public hearing, so other than Magnolia, can I have Daisy Miller? And if you'll just state your name and your address for us. Make sure the microphone's on.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Daisy Miller. I'm a resident of Kennedale Seniors, 332 South New Hope Road. I just have one question. Where is the emergency exit when the train is on the track for hours? How do I get out of there? That's my question. Thank you.
Sure. Currently, there's not an emergency exit whenever the train is blocking New Hope Road. However, the Kennedale Speedway Park has been gracious enough to allow us to use their property to be able to gain access from New Hope to Hudson Village Creek. It is not open to the public, but whenever we do have a train that's blocking the roadway for extended amount of time, we are asking for permission to be able to do that. We have done it twice now in the past. One time the train was, in a sense, it was broke down, and another one that was doing some type of transition. During that time, we were able to get a hold of the Kennedale Speedway Park, and they allowed us to go through their property. But when we're aware of the train being blocked, we do have emergency services between the bridge that's been construction on the bridge and the railroad.
Madam Mayor, may I be recognized? Mr. Hall, is there a mechanism by which we could inform people in that area of the emergency exit, or is that something that the police or fire department sends personnel out there when that does occur so that they would know where it's at?
I'm gonna have to cut that item off. It's not on the agenda tonight for discussion. You can respond to a citizen's public comment with a direct statement of fact, but the council cannot engage in discussions.
All right, sorry about that.
Thank you.
We generally escort through that property, and the reasoning for it, it's not an improved roadway. So we don't want just anyone being able to go through that property. The property owners go through and they maintain the track and the parking area. So whenever they're maintaining it, they pretty much saturate it with water. So not just any vehicle is going to be able to maneuver through that land. That's the reason why it's not open to the public. I believe they're open to that, but there's a very large expense for us to come in and build that road. And that's the reason why it's not, and we use it for emergency services. But it's escorted, it's not open.
Thank you. Sarah Johnson.
Sarah Johnson. I used to live at 700 Crestview Drive. I now live at 221 Village Street. I am the executive director of New Senior Outreach Kennedale. That's who I am. I want to thank everyone who's given for the Thanksgiving drive. We're still kind of short on the turkeys, and I apologize for getting sick in September. That's our biggest month when we do our food drives with Tamika Sargent, and we dropped the ball this year, but we're almost done with the bags of groceries. We had somebody call today and willing to bag the rest of bring more, the rest of the ones we need. Brother Pete's church did a fundraiser for us in honor of Steve Miller, who passed away, their song director. He was going to have a concert for us anyways on the 4th, but they said they got a lot of canned goods and cash donations, so that's going to help us reach that number. And I just got a text. I was sick this week, so we've been closed, but we have to move the turkey drive giveaway to Sunday, 2 to 5. All right. But if you want to bring the turkeys up by the 17th, that's fine. I have 3 freezers at the house that I can put them in and store them until Sunday. If you want to bring your turkeys Sunday, bring them by 1:30, please. We'll be there after church, ready to go. We have volunteers coming Thursday to help us finish up for Sunday. We met our goal we're meeting our goal this year. for the seniors. This year has been a real rough on them because inflation and their rents have gone up, some from $100 to $200. And we've been seeing an increase of people coming to the pantry. So I appreciate it. You keep continuing to donate canned goods weekly or even cash because we are open weekly and I get static. Well, why don't you just do it once a month? I go, well, people don't get hungry just once a month. And also we're having this is our fourth year. We celebrated October 18th. In December, we hope to have a celebration party for that because we've been really busy and I've been sick. So, and also we're having our fourth annual Christmas party for the seniors on the 21st. So if y'all want to donate to that, Elizabeth forgot to tell you that the volunteers and public can donate bingo prizes for the seniors to help out there because they only have so much money for the prizes and other things. So we don't want them to deplete their fund completely. So the $5, we suggest between $5 and $10 for the bingo gifts, but not much more than that. So if you could see Elizabeth and say you would like to donate cash to the bingos, or if you would like to find out when you could sponsor a bingo, we have that. Jan sponsored a bingo before, different ones that I've sponsored bingos. So just let Elizabeth know if you want to sponsor a bingo. Right, that's all.
Thank you. We're going to move to our consent agenda. Does anyone have anything that they want to pull off the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor, I would like to pull the mutual aid agreement with Tarrant County off of the consent agenda for further discussion.
Okay, so that's number 4.
That's number 4.
Anyone else? Do I have a motion to approve consent agenda items 1, 2, 3, and 5?
Motion to approve consent agenda 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
All in favor? Okay, we have. Whoops, unanimous approval. Sorry about that. And so number 4 is the agreement of mutual aid in fire protection and emergency medical services with Tarrant County. So Chief Brown, we may need you on this one. Do you have specific questions?
I do. I
Okay.
have several specific questions related to this item. The first one being, I understand that this agreement was previously signed in 2005. Is what's in front of us today a renewal of that, or are there modifications to the previous agreement that we had signed?
We sign an agreement every year. We started in this contract with them, reoccurring annual contract with them in 05.
Okay.
So this is just a new contract for this particular year.
Have there been any changes to the contract from what we signed last year?
No, the services are the same. The funding has increased a little bit. Last year, I believe our funding was 40,000. It went up to 50 this year.
Did our proposed territory increase, or has that?
It has
remained the
not.
same?
I've been working on that.
Let's see. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
I just have a quick question. If the territory does change, does it come back to us, or how does that work?
Yeah, if the territory changed, it would come back and there would be additional funding associated with that as well.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Chief.
I
Any more
was
questions?
just about to ask that. So you say you've been working on that. Can you describe that a little bit and what that would look like for the city of Kennedale?
Dollar wise, I can't tell you what it'd be based off territory because I don't know what the calculations that the county uses. Right now, we have a very small portion to the south of us that we are first response into, and that is our first response area within the county. The calculations that the county ESD uses, I don't know what that is. So I look at responses and I look at fire stations and the location of them. And I don't just mean Kennedale's fire station. I mean, where's Rendon's fire station in the area? Where is Everman's area in their area that they respond in the county? I look at the closest fire station ought to be able to respond to a specific area to service those people in the county. That's what I look at. So when I say I've been trying to increase that, it is response times into the county to help support Tarrant County as a whole. If we could get there in a more timely manner than what Rendon may be able to get to, it would make sense to help those folks in the county for us to be able to get there in a faster manner than somebody else may be able to.
If territory is expanded for whatever reason, due to response time, would this place an increase on more emergency vehicles needed by the city?
It would increase our call volume to the extent I could pull data research on what they've had in the past. So anytime we have a fire, even in the areas that we are not first response in, we respond anyway. We have an obligation to the county to respond. We respond mutual aid into the county. We respond mutual aid into Everman, into Forest Hill, into Mansfield, into Arlington, everybody that surrounds us. Those mutual aids, we respond there anyway. The compensation, if you want to look at it from that perspective, on those mutual aids, there's no compensation associated with that. On fire calls, we're there anyway. If they're our territory, it would increase our territory on something that we are going to respond to anyway. Another area where it would be, so we get compensated for our ambulance runs into the county as well. If we were the first out response into those county areas, it would increase some funding on the EMS side as well.
So I'm just going to pose a scenario. There's a fire in Kennedale. There's a fire that, we're doing mutual aid on. How many fire trucks do we have now?
We have one.
We have one.
We have one staffed fire truck, yes.
Okay. So if you guys are doing a mutual aid run and there is a fire that breaks out here, how would you respond to that in a timely manner?
How do I respond to, I must have missed it.
How would you respond to that in a timely manner?
So if we're on a fire in the county as an example, and we have one in town, response, it's kind of the same thing. Mutual aid is what we rely upon.
Okay.
With us only having one fire station, one first response.
I guess what I'm getting to is, would it be more advantageous of the city of Kennedale to get another fire truck?
With a fire truck becomes additional staffing as well.
Exactly. That's where I'm trying to get at.
It's my job to evaluate when we get to the point that we need that additional staffing based off of call responses and call volume. We're not there quite yet. I kind of base it off of amount of calls per day that we respond on. And once we exceed that on an average basis, that's when we really need to start looking at needing a second response unit within the city. We're not quite there yet.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Do you have a motion to approve item 4 on the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor? Unanimous approval. We'll move to our items for individual consideration. Before we do that, does anyone need a break or want a break?
If we
Yes?
could, yes.
Good.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. We will re-adjourn at 7:06.
Yes, sir. Is this Well, you know what I like about it? I don't have to be behind you after you name everything off, because I'm like, well, she just spent 10 minutes and I'm like, I'm not going. I'm just, it's hard for me to beat my own horn. I don't like that. I mean, well, yeah. Right. But I don't know about putting up Christmas lights in the Christmas tree and decorations.
They're gonna appreciate it.
Oh. Swallowed my pill with doing better. I've been going to the vampire on a regular basis, and they've been pulling like 5 vials of blood, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. Well, I got an appointment on the end of the month after Thanksgiving, and hopefully they'll figure it out. But the doctor's real nice, because he was like, doing this blood test is expensive. I want to see if your insurance covers it, because I don't want you to, I was like, I said, hey, I appreciate that. I mean, I've just one visit. I got the bill the other, of course, I only had $90, but just to walk into $750. And he was like 1 hour, and I was there for 15 minutes. And then all the blood, I was like, this is crazy. You should have been a doctor. No, I mean, every once in a while, it's a little pressure in the chest. Yeah. Because I'll just like take a deep breath and. Right, and I'm just like, going, oh crap, they said if my chest hurt, get to the ER, and I'm like going. Yeah, and I'm like going, but he said it'll take anywhere from 3 to 4 months for my lungs to actually start healing from moving the blood clot. And I'm just like going. So, yeah, so I'm like, I love the mountain bike ride. I haven't been on my mountain bike ride, forever. I'm just afraid to get on a bike, because I might get out 5 miles away and spill over. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I'm like, I'd rather just get out on the road. And so I thought about buying a road bike. Well, because the cool thing, I don't know if you know, your phone has like, and the reason I found out about it is I was an mountain bike riding through the hill, and I went off this 10-foot block. And then my phone started calling.
Oh, I have seen those ads.
And I was like going, holy crap, and I can hear 911, what's your emergency? And I was, who's saying it? Check my phone, and I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. And she was like, are you having an emergency? I said, no, I'm mountain biking. I just went off this block. And she goes, oh, well, you didn't have your back off on your phone. And I was like, holy crap, I didn't know I had that. Well, yeah, but now I can't figure out how to turn it on.
Maybe it's got a sensitivity.
Yeah, it just feels the impact. Well, I thought that was cool. I mean,
Yeah, well, they're advertising that now for car wrecks and stuff.
right. So, yeah, so I turned it off so it wouldn't do it again. And then I told my son-in-law, and he was like, hey, the same thing happened to me. And he was he went to Arkansas a couple of weeks ago. And normally we go to Arkansas right up there. And they have amazing, right up to the very top of it, and just sliding. I mean, we're just tabletop. I mean, it's just fun. And he was like, are you gonna go? Nah, I can't go.
Get your reference. So
Yeah, said I'll wait. But we try to go twice a year. So.
awesome. Thank you.
And I mean, so now I always try to do stuff when people are around. And I went into my phone and did my ICE number. Updated I had blood clots, I'm taking this, and I mean, it's just, I've never thought I would have to do something like that.
Uh-oh. Yeah, come in.
So we'll reconvene at 7:08. And we will go to our items for individual consideration. The first item is to appoint a mayor pro tem. Do I have a nomination?
Madam Mayor, I move that we appoint Austin Degenhart as Mayor Pro Tem.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Welcome aboard, Mayor Pro Tem. Second item is to discuss and authorize the fire chief to purchase a brush truck for the amount of $168,462. Chief Brown?
That was 5 minutes.
Tell us all about the brush truck.
Okay, council, tonight I'm asking y'all to consider allowing the city manager to sign, hold on, wrong form. Let me start that over. Consider approval of a bid for $168,462. The bid that was submitted by Wild Fire Truck and Equipment Sales for the purchase of a new brush truck. In last year's budget process, council approved the purchase of a new brush truck for the fire department. Staff is now respectfully requesting council's approval of the bid that you have attached for us to go forward and begin the purchase with Wildfire on this particular piece of equipment.
Any questions?
I do have a question on this one. When we approved the budget for this item, was it for the same amount that's being requested today?
It was not.
Can
So
you
back
Tell me a little
in-
bit about that.
Yeah, so back in May, when I was doing our budget, I went out and got what I thought were good numbers for this truck. And through material increases, shortage of equipment and costs, the cost of this particular piece of equipment increased by just short of $19,000. Our line item budget that I had requested was $150,000. At the time, the quote that I had gotten on this particular truck was about 142. I did not obviously, I didn't expect that the increase in cost in a 5-month time frame would increase as it was. So the additional cost is just short of $19,000.
I've got a question about the old fire truck.
Uh-huh.
Are there plans to sell it and defray the cost of the new fire truck?
One of the things we're looking at is refurbishing the old brush truck. Right now, we have a single brush truck and, you know, we found out back in February, we had a pretty good fire down on the south end of town. And having that additional piece of equipment would have been a big help for us. So we're gonna look at doing a little refurb on the pump in that particular truck over the next year. And we will have two brush trucks in the instance of what we need going forward.
And that leads to the next thing. Earlier you were saying that we had one fully staffed normal fire truck. Are we able to operate two brush trucks at the current staffing level?
We are. So on a brush truck, we'll run 2 to 3 people, depending on the extent and just what we have. What would require us to do to run 2 brush trucks, we would down the ambulance and run both brush trucks at the same time. That would give us 2 to 3 people on each piece of equipment simultaneously.
Judging that the amount is a little bit higher, where's the extra $19,000 coming from?
It's going to come from your budget.
Should it come from yours?
The plus, if you want to call it that, I don't call it a plus because of the delivery time on this particular truck. This truck, if you noticed in the spec that I gave you, has a delivery time of 12 to 18 months. We should be able to absorb it into our budget going into next year. We will not be getting this truck this year. I can, in this budget year, I can almost guarantee that based off of delivery times that we're seeing. They're having trouble getting actual just the chassis. It's taking at least 12 months to get the chassis. So yes, if I need to absorb it in our budget, most definitely we would be able to do that.
Would you be okay with absorbing it into your budget as of now?
Yes, I would.
Could your budget take it? That's what I'm asking.
It'd be real tight.
Okay, thank you.
You know, so a budget is a projection of the future, right?
Yes.
So when we go through and we do our line item budget, we are predicting costs going forward.
Cost, service levels, so on.
Costs of equipment that may break down, costs of an air conditioner that may go out in the fire station. We predict a lot of what the future is. And, you know, as we finished our budget this year, our budgets were, we do a good job of keeping a tight budget.
I forgot, Chief, were you at a surplus last year or were you right at budget?
We had a surplus, small surplus.
Very small one. So absorbing the 19 into your budget, you would be able to take it. It would be kind of tight looking at the budget that I've already, you know, that we have done. Would you be asking for an amendment if possible?
If it came down to that, I would, yes, I would come back to y'all and ask for an amendment to offset that cost.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any more discussion?
Only my last question, Chief, is when would payment be due if we're looking at a 12 to 18 month build delivery time? Are they requiring 100% upfront when the order is placed?
No,
or
we
is
don't.
it
We
pay upon delivery?
For none of this, we pay up front. We pay in arrears. Once we receive delivery and accept the truck, the completion of it, that's at the point that we make payment.
Perfect. Thank
One
you, sir.
last question and then I'll go ahead and defer. Are there going to be any other unforeseen cost hikes that are going forward? Even though we have a bid process right now, we already have it. Could there possibly be an uptick in cost?
On this vehicle?
Yes.
No,
Excellent.
we sign the contract, we give them the contract, they're held to that cost.
Excellent. Do you have a motion to approve? I mean, do I have a motion?
I'll go ahead and motion to approve.
Do you have a second?
I will second it.
Thank you.
Motion is second. All right, all in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you, Chief. Our next individual item for consideration is to discuss and authorize the city manager to sole source the repair of a to McMillan Well Service for $51,303.50 on repairs to well pump on T2. You want Stan to address this, or is this going to be city manager?
I'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah, the purchase of it was an emergency purchase. It's actually, we had to go ahead and do the service while we were doing maintenance on the well itself. As they're doing maintenance, it was noticed that we had a very heavy rust on the piping itself. The purchase, the company that was doing the maintenance believed that it was a danger at the time for that. So I went ahead and made a emergency purchase for them to go ahead and complete a repair of the pipe itself. The part of it was if it would break or anything like that, it would fall into the well itself. So I gave a permission for Stan to move forward with that emergency service to complete the well.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions or discussion on that? If not, I'll take a motion.
Yeah, I've got a question and this is for my edification because I've got like a 2.5 year gap in the wells and water thing. The purpose of this well, is this to provide a auxiliary water source, an emergency water source? What, with the water agreement with both Arlington and Fort Worth, what do we currently use the well? What's its purpose?
Well, it offsets the purchase of Arlington and Fort Worth. So all three are combined. We utilize all three resources for water. This was an ongoing maintenance for that well itself. And we have more that's coming along dealing with that. That's one of the challenges that we're going to be looking at from this point forward. How do we move forward with our contract with Arlington and
Right.
Fort Worth?
And this gives us an option because other than the TWRA fee and the maintenance and upkeep, this is basically free water.
Basically, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's water that we're providing.
Okay.
How long has this well been in the ground? This specific one?
1981, 81, when they built the standpipe.
Okay.
Has this pipe been replaced before, Stan? Been a while.
If there's no more discussion, I'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion is made to approve. Do I have a second?
I will second it.
All in favor? Unanimous to approve. All right, we're going to move to our public hearings. This is on case PZ 22-14. To conduct a public hearing, receive comments and consider action on a request for a zoning change from agriculture to plan development for approximately 18.2 acres, being part of tract 11 of the Oliver Acres addition, part of lots 6 and 7 in the J.M. Estes home tracts, located at 1106 Kennedale Sublet Road, Kennedale, Tarrant County. We will start with the staff presentation. Chance?
The subject property is an undeveloped 18-acre tract southwest of Kennedale Sublet Road and Collette Sublet Road, directly west of Magnolia Hills Addition and directly northeast of the vineyards. The existing land uses right now consist of undeveloped tracts and single-family housing. The existing zoning consists of agricultural to the north, Magnolia Hills PD to the east, R3 and agricultural to the south. To the southwest, we have the Vineyards PD, and we also have agricultural on the west, as well as some R3 residential. Per the current comprehensive plan has designated this area as neighborhood residential. Neighborhood residential does list single family as a suggested development. Again, it's a request to rezone 18 acres of agricultural to PD. The proposed development will consist of 71 residential lots. The lots will be a mix of R3 and R4, with R3 being a transition into the vineyards. Also, all the proposed R4 will exceed the minimum lot square footages. The proposed development is consistent with the comprehensive plan and is compatible with the existing land uses. Therefore, staff has recommended approval. Also, on November 10th, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 3-2. Also, we did receive yesterday a petition from the residents of Magnolia Hills Phase 1, noting their opposition to the proposed zoning change. And with that, do y'all have any questions for staff?
According to section 22.10 of our UDC subsection E, you need to contain at least 20% of the votes of the surrounding area on those petitions to have a super majority. In other words, 4 people would need to vote for this. What was the percentage after calculated?
It was, I got an exhibit right here. It's 9%.
Thank you.
Okay, so it was a 9%, so it does not require a super.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Staff presentation, and so any questions for Chance at this point? So just stay on standby.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll have the applicant come up.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it on still? Yes. Good evening, Mayor, council members, new council members. My name is John Arnold. I'm a Scoreboard Company. We're at 8214 Westchester Drive, Dallas, Texas, Suite 900, Dallas, Texas, 75225. I think I'd get that right by now. I appreciate y'all having me back. We've done a lot of work on this project over the last, I think I first started talking to staff about this time last year. So we've done a lot of work on this previously. We did a lot of work the first time we went to P&Z and the first time we saw y'all. And we've done a lot of work since. A lot of questions have been brought up, a lot of answers have been given. Even more questions last week at P&Z came up and we all scrambled to figure out to give answers. So I want to kind of go through, there's been a lot more interest in this project over the last couple of weeks. So I want to go quickly through who we are and then go through the little presentation on past issues, current issues, and the kind of the path we've taken to get where we are today. I don't know if, is this mine up here? It was up, I messed it up.
No.
I didn't want to have to hold my paper up for everybody. Okay, let me go. Well, that's the end. I think this is a P&Z one. Okay. Let me try again. Is that the wrong file? Okay, can I just? Sorry, everybody. There we go. That was easy. Mayor disappear? Okay. Okay. Scoreboard Company, I'm gonna go over our background. I'm gonna go over site plan changes since our 8/16 council meeting, our revised zoning proposal, the additional elements and neighbor consideration that we've talked about. Resolution on previous topics we discussed with council and with our representative product. A little bit of background about us. We're a Scoreboard Company. We're a DFW based privately owned development company. We have over 35 years of experience, about 5 years in Kennedale, over 120 development projects in more than 30 different municipalities in the DFW Metroplex. I have about 25 current projects either under active development or in build out that's selling homes, constructing homes. We have a reputation for building high quality, long lasting communities. We do anything from small 5-acre communities, townhouses to up to 800. We have 800-acre master plans and Rockwall and Anna and multiple other cities. So we do small infill to large developments. Magnolia Hills Phase 1 in Kennedale is a project. If I just quickly, some projects we've done. Some of you might have seen these already. Mitchell Farms is another project that's just near here that's under construction. Just showing you some similar projects so you can see some of our work. Cypress Crossing, it's another similar size project with 65 foot lots. Our building company, Windsor Homes, is in that, and Paul Taylor Homes. I'll go through these quickly because I know everybody's had a long night. This is an example of one of our master plan communities. Let me see if I can get this to be the right size on the screen. That better? Yeah, that's better. Okay, there we go. Okay, site plan changes. Our original design you see on your left, and then our updated lot mix on your right. We have put more large lots on this new plan and less 50s. The plan that we brought before, feedback that we got from council last time was here was, and you get us some more larger lots, change the mix up a little bit. And the main concern was transitioning this from the vineyards that is more R3 up to the R4s that are in Magnolia. So Magnolia is basically just 60s and only 50s and 60s. This site plan has multiple different lot sizes, and our focus on this redesign was transitioning from those R4s up to from the R3s up to the R4s per council feedback. So a little bit, a lot of this lot matrix, there's a lot of information on there, but I'm going to kind of take you through this. The main thing to look at first is right in the middle, the lot mix comparison of 50-foot lots. Our original phase 1 design at 4150s. Now we're at 27. That's a 34% decrease. And if you look just above that, you can see kind of our lot mixes. We went from the 4150s and 2360s, and we've kind of flipped that. So we lost 14 60-foot lots and gained 860s, gained 370s, and gained another category 65. So we tried to increase those lot dimensions as much as we could in this new design. Another thing I pointed out that does this at this time every night. Oh wait. Okay. And then I kind of showed you all this last time, the lot mix comparison on the 50s versus 60s. As I was saying on phase 1, we had more 50s and 60s. We had about 56% 50s and 44% 60s. This is like one of those challenges. Can you keep your concentration? Phase 2 original design that I brought to y'all, I had basically the same exact lot mix. I figured that this was an extension of phase 1, so let's look at this as an extension of phase 1 with very similar zoning. So it was basically just matching that, but we did have some larger lots in that phase. We didn't just have 60s. This new phase, basically, like I've said a couple of times, flips that. We're at 38% 50s now and 62% 60 plus lots. Oh, thank God. We're now at 62% 60-foot lots. So we've really made an effort to increase those 60-foot plus lots as I've kind of gone over in this slide. So now our revised zoning proposal, it's still 18.5 acres. We have not changed the site. We're still located west of Magnolia Hills. We're down to 71 single family lots instead of the 72 we had previously. Our typical lot sizes ranges from 6,000 up to 10,000 square foot. And then this is the same mixture we just kind of went through. We've got 27 50s, 31 60s, 2 65-foot lots, 7 70s, and 4 80s. And I'm not going to take y'all through it. We just kind of went over that phase 1 to phase 2 comparison where we are now. That's 56% down, 56% and 44% down to now 38 62. Some of you weren't here for this last one. I kind of want to go through this very quickly. The property, this is kind of our surrounding ownerships. You have phase 1 on our east side, but surrounding our property are all landowners that either are selling their property or working with us on some kind of improvement agreements for drainage or property improvements around our surrounding area. So properties 1, 2, and 3 are Harry Brown, the Browns, the McClellans, and Miss Ford. Those are all partners in this project, selling this project to us. But on our west, Paul Carticello, we're actually working with him on a drainage agreement for us to actually drain through our site, through our pond that we're building, and then onto his property, and we're going to expand a detention pond on his property. And currently C is Miss Miller's property, and she's had a lot of water, from drainage improvements that have been done on Paul's property and the vineyard. She's had a lot of water diverted from her pond, so she's had a lot of trouble keeping her pond filled. So we're going to work with her to bring some of that water back into her pond. So we've got drainage easement on her property. We're working on with Paul to finish up a drainage easement with him. And then B is Miss Marquez. We actually finalized an agreement with her to build part of the road, the east-west road on our southern property, to get right away from her so we can make that connection into the vineyards that's always been planned. That connection to vineyards kind of goes dead center between two properties. So we need participation from our neighbors to be able to improve that. So just to go back to that same thought process, is the vineyards stubs out to this property. It's anticipated that the vineyards comes and eventually connects over to Collet Sublet. And then we have 2 stub outs that we left in Magnolia. When we originally came in for Magnolia, we planned and staff planned, we wished that we could have come in with the whole project. It was a 2-phase deal, but that wasn't in the cards. The landowners to our we're now working with now were not prepared at that time. Since then, we worked with them during construction, built relationships, and they're here with me tonight, and they've seen what the product we build. They've seen the completion of Magnolia Hills Phase 1, and they're accepting, they're open to it, obviously, to have another phase of Magnolias and neighbors. I think they might have been my biggest opponents last time when I was in this room, but the relationship's grown, and we've shown the quality of our development has kind of brought us together again for this Phase 2. But the slide kind of shows that future expansion was planned through this area and through Magnolia Hills and road access. Additional project elements for neighbor consideration. So one thing I want to bring up is I was asked about this at council last time, talked about revenue, and I've been asked this multiple times. So I just kind of wanted to put this is brief, rough tax calculation of the 71 lots. Let's say we have an average home price of about 500,000. That's $35 million at the Kennedale property tax rate. That's about 270,000 a year. Over 20 years, this could generate upwards of $5 million in tax revenue. Currently, these 3 projects are in ag, and I know that their tax bills this year came in at much less than 2,000 total for all 3. So there's a benefit to the tax increase. We talked about that with roads. We talked about that with the impact fees that could come with each of these permits. A lot of conversation about roads. This could help with some of that improvement, some of the budgeting issues moving forward in the future. Another thing that was brought up at P&Z last time, a lot of neighbors were concerned about our construction traffic throughout our construction. I have worked with one of the landowners, Mr. Brown, and he has agreed to allow us to have construction access through the horizontal construction space. When the heavy equipment, the big equipment, the dirt, a lot of that stuff's coming through. We're going to access not through Phase 1. We're going to access through off of Kennedale Sublet through his property and through the property to the north. So we're not having delivery trucks of pipe, delivery trucks of equipment onto the site. So hoping to ease that congestion for the Phase 1 residents. And so he's graciously agreed to that. Another thing that came up at our last meeting was concern about the street width. I think this was a lot of confusion on basically the definition of the street. So what I have on this is, if you look down, it says Magnolia's Hills Phase 1 PD language. We actually came in for that PD, and at that time, the city street widths were 25 foot back to back. So what that means is measured back a curb to back a curb. That's not your travel lanes. So you've got a street, it's back a curb, back to curb. Well, you've got to take out 6 inches for the top of that curb, and then the curb doesn't come straight down. It always kind of angles down. So by the time you're done with that 25 foot back to back street, you're really at 23.5 foot to 24 foot, kind of depending on how that curb's shaped and where you're putting your tape measure, if you're putting it up all the way on the ground or if you're putting it at the top of the curb. So that there was confusion on that. So, but at that time, we were asked to increase our street section. We agreed to that. On the interior streets, we agreed to go to 27 foot back to back. So we added 2 foot of travel lane. And then on Collette Sublet, we were asked to go to 32 foot back to back and put some traffic calming chicanes in there that actually came down to 22 foot. We actually guided and designed and said, well, 22 foot doesn't really work. So we moved those actually back to 23. So there's a couple traffic calming devices too in coming down Collette Sublet. But we went out, had this week and had those streets professionally surveyed. And you can see in the picture here, the street is 27.1. It is 27 foot back of curb to back of curb. So just briefly, if you can see it to the bottom here, that's what that street was called out to be, 27 foot back to back. So I'll try to go through these kind of briefly, and if there's questions at the end, I can come back to them. But you can see on Levy Lane, Collette Sublet, let me see, does that work? Okay, so that's 32 foot back to back on Collette Sublet, and you can see the call out for Levy Lane. And this is an example of kind of what I was talking about. If you look from this 27 foot back to back, you have actually, it's measured, you can see from back of curb to back of curb. So if you take out the 6 inch curb and then come down a little bit, depends on where you're drawing. So that's where that confusion came last week, is we didn't build the streets wide enough. But what we did do based on that concern, I was asked, and if council currently we're at we're 28 foot back to back in our PD, but we would be willing to go to, is it 28? We're in our PD? Okay, 28 in our PD, we'd be willing to go to 31 foot back to back. Just like we were asked last time, if that's a concern of the citizens, concern of council to have a little bit wider streets, we're okay with that. It's not uncommon to have 31. It's not uncommon to have 28 or 27 or 29. It's a preference in the city. It's a preference in what the staff had been before. So we never really questioned it because we're always doing something different. And so that's a little bit about the streets that happened last week. Another request that was brought up was some seating at the playground. So currently, I guess that I'll take blame for that one. I forgot benches. And so either way, I'm putting some benches out there. So if this is approved or not, we're going to work on putting some benches out there and a picnic table so parents can have a place to sit. I'm sure if I had gone out there, because I do it all the time with my kids, I would notice there wasn't a bench, but I haven't taken my kids there. So I also want to point out that we did have a neighborhood meeting this summer. We sent out an email to all the residents, current residents at that time. We had a couple attendees. Wasn't highly attended. We've now been introduced to a lot of neighbors, and we've had a lot of more conversations since that time than we did back when we sent out the invites. But we primarily discussed at that time questions about adding this into the Magnolia Hills addition into the HOA, and talked about that can just bring efficiencies and probably bring your dues down, because we have a very similar amount of open space to maintain, and with more homes, it'll actually the economies of scale would actually bring those costs of maintenance down over time. And then we talked about the benches. So these are a couple of resolutions that we talked items that we talked about the last council that I kind of feel like we went through and we got those resolutions on, but I wanted to restate them considering it's been a while since I've been back. Currently, when we were at P&Z, these 2 pictures and a big stack of pictures that I have at my desk now were brought to us about a drainage issue kind of on the back of the vineyards and Miss Ford's property. And so these pictures are actually right along this yellow line. The original phase of the vineyards was supposed to bring all the water forward to the west into the street and then down to the pond. What's actually happened is all this water is being blocked, and water is actually coming down the back of these yards where this blue line is and coming down what's a sewer easement into an area that's not adequate enough. So, and then a wall was built here because water was flowing onto these backyard neighbors and possibly almost flooding these houses. So I've talked to these neighbors and I've talked to council, I've talked to staff about this. Our design to connect this road, we'll put a area inlet here in this location. And so we'll actually start picking up that water that's sitting back there. And we're going to bring it in a 60-inch pipe, which is a very large pipe, bring that up to our pond or our drainage solution up here. It'll either pop into our pond for flow in our pond or pop over to Paul's pond, depending on our final engineering calculation. But what this will do is this will fix the flooding in these two neighbors' houses that's been happening. Went through that last time. Again, this is another slide that we had on that. You can kind of see here what was originally supposed to happen. All this water was supposed to come forward. Instead, it's getting blocked here and coming through here and flooding these backyards. Drainage solutions, we went over that last time. Currently, I have my detention pond in phase 1. Plan to bring the water through. I have a pond on my site and another chain of ponds down to Paul's pond. Should the design with Paul or anything happen with Paul, we have an alternate plan where I just build a bigger pond. This is something that we always have to kind of have a backup plan, and just moving over that. Traffic. Since our conversation last time at council, I've learned a little more about the traffic improvements. We originally had the Call It Sublet marking on our site incorrect, but from what we learned is that Kennedale Sublet and Sweeney Hyatt both plan to start improvements next year. Our construction of our site would most likely line up with those, considering we won't start construction till mid 2023 and not finish until mid to late 2024. What this also does is improves traffic circulation through this section of Kennedale. We originally, when we built phase 1, there was no circulation on Call It Sublet. I think it's been a blessing to a lot of people that we've extended that road and brought traffic from the north to the south. This will also provide another points of access from the south up to the north. We've discussed that with the city staff. It would be a positive for fire, positive for police safety to be able to access north and south. We've talked to staff about, since last time, about the possibility, this question was asked directly of us, would our 71 lots require the need for more manpower service on either services? Our answer from staff was no, this would not, our 71 lots would not at our current service levels. School has been a concern, overcrowding the schools. What we have done, I'm not in the schools, but what we have done is talk to the ISD. We've talked to the superintendent. We had a nice conversation with Chad Gee, and he confirmed that he did not believe our 71 lots would impact the schools or overcrowding. I think he said that he would expect 15 to 20 students at any time going through the school system from our subdivision in multiple grades. It would not cause any further strain on the school. And represented product, we went over that. Windsor Homes will be our builder in this subdivision. Their product is on site out in phase 1, if anybody'd like to go see it. And these are just some extra pictures. This is a price range. We plan to start in the high 450s and be in the 5s. So again, here's our plan. I am here for questions. I know we're just threw out a lot of information, but I'm here for any questions.
wants to start? What side?
I'll start.
Okay.
Well, first off, John, I'd like to thank you for taking our comments into consideration. A lot of the feedback that we've received from the citizens, I believe you've addressed in the revised plan. And I know that construction traffic was a big concern for our citizens. So having the ability to have a construction entrance that's separate from the primary roadway and driveway that impacts kids going to school and people going to work is a huge step of big faith on your part. So I would like to recognize the effort that you're putting forth in working not only with the city, but also our citizens.
I want to put one point that it just popped in my brain. I was asked this earlier today. Well, how do you keep them from driving in there? During the part of the construction where there's no roads, we'll have silt fence along that and we'll have a barrier. So it's not, there's not going to be a construction, so there's not rock. So there will be a barrier. So they'll be forced to go in through the construction entrance.
That's all I had for now. Thank you.
Connors will stay on this side.
Oh, joy. I'm not going to take up a lot of your time, as I did last time. I would like to go ahead and address some things, though. That entrance, that separate entrance on Kennedale Sublet that I'm looking at right now, how long would that be there for?
As of this time right now, I've been only given permission to do it through the horizontal construction until the homes are constructed. I mean, until the homes start and our roads are open. We couldn't I can't hold anybody to an indefinite time frame, but I would say the majority of the heavy construction in this is going to go on, and the heavy equipment and the big 18-wheelers will come on in our horizontal phase. Throughout construction, I know that a lot of comments are going to be given. Well, phase one had a crazy amount of construction. Well, it did. We were in an unprecedented time where we sold houses and stopped selling houses, stopped construction, then during COVID, the pandemic, and then 4 months later, everybody bought a house at the same time. And so all the houses were going on. Typically, there is a kind of initial phase of 20 houses being constructed, and that's more methodical. And then it's a more methodical construction time frame over time. So I don't see us having this massive construction problem that we did in phase one. Another thing to point out is we're not phase one. A lot of that congestion was up and down, call it sublet, where houses were being built on both sides of the road. And so on this project, we won't have construction going on during that period. These houses are all complete or almost complete. And so you weren't going to have that congestion coming through here. And then coming through here, you don't have houses on either side of the road. So the likelihood of people parking car bumper to bumper to bumper along here is very unlikely. So during home construction through the first heavy year, then the second year that lightens up, and then you'll have a little more time frame over time that these homes will be built. So I don't see the construction congestion problem we have on phase one during construction.
And you and I have spoke almost daily since the P and Z meeting.
Yes, sir.
So I told you earlier that, there was going to be a couple of things that I did have questions for with,
Yes,
and
sir.
that was one of them. Also, another thing with the schools. I didn't talk directly to Superintendent G, but I did speak to the PTA school board president. Thank you, Maria Douglas. Just to kind of give you an update on that. Both elementaries are full, yes. However, the high school has space, the junior high has some space and room to build out if needed for future. All of Magnolia phase one only brought in 7 kids for the high school and junior high, nothing for the elementary. So with that being said, I would actually be in favor, I would actually echo Superintendent G's comments in stating that there is room because no other students were there. One last question, and then I promise I'll hand this over to somebody else. With the horizontal construction, as you stated, that road will be open. Is there any possible way that Magnolia or that Scoreburg could possibly put signs up in Magnolia Phase 1 saying no construction entrance at all
Yes, I can.
on both sides of Colette Sublet?
I can.
On the, okay, great.
I can. I'll get with staff and figure out where exactly they should go, where they're safe. I'm not gonna just go jam them out there, but I'll get with staff on the most safe place to put them. And also we'll make sure that we keep them out of there. Bob's got gates up right now and we'll probably leave those out in there through
Okay.
construction.
Sure. We actually have your. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it okay for we, because you're going to be next? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Those are the only questions I have at this time. Nothing about the water, nothing about the ponds. You've given me exactly what I want. And that is to have, adequate drainage, number one. Number two, area in which residents can still walk around there. And number three, try to keep as many trees and wildlife over there as much as possible. That's the only thing I've asked.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Generally, the question I have is, generally the HOA maintains the retention, detention ponds and all of the,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
that's your plan here.
Yes, sir.
Also, I believe I have a question of the city manager. I want to say that Collet Sublet, the changes that we've had to make to support Magnolia Hills 1, around $3 million, rough and tough. Does that sound about right?
2.6.
2.6. Okay. And then we've got necessary upgrades to Sweeney Height
That's correct.
and Sublet. I don't think there's anything currently planned for Sublet in that area. Sweeney Height is roughly
188,000. 188,000.
188,000. Okay. So we're looking 3.5-ish, and that's just for Magnolia Hills. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Arnold, first off, I'd say thank you for being here. And thank you for your patience. I know you guys have redesigned this several times.
Yes, sir.
Also want to say thanks to the landowners and everybody involved with this. And thank you for sitting down with me a couple weeks ago and discussing this with me. So just a couple questions. Number one being, the density of this proposed development was a concern at the first time, correct? And so with 72 planned lots initially, and now we have 71. I still have concerns about that density. With basically just one lot, right? And additionally with the R4 lots, if you will. And I appreciate you bringing those down. But I mean, at the same time, there's still a majority of this proposed development. And I know you guys have put in some R3 lots. Was there any thought given to more of those?
There was, and I think that through the planning we've done, I think we've kind of gone to where our max was. But I also think that last time, I think I said this before, is there's a variety of options for people. There's not everybody wants the R4, not everybody wants the R3. So this gives more options than there were before. It's almost a third and a third and a third of the different types of product. I think phase 1 shows what kind of product can go on this lot. There's great homes there, great new citizens for our community, or for Kennedale's community. Down here, I was down here so much, I felt like I was part of it for a while. But I think that having the mixture gives more potential buyers opportunity.
And you brought up revenue, so I'm gonna speak to that as well. I didn't see what the expenses that would ultimately cost the city as well. And I do have a concern with the R4 lots that the ROI, and particularly what they do with infrastructure. That's some additional unforeseen costs that we probably don't think and take into consideration at this time.
I'm not the expert on the cost But a lot of those costs are, that the city has are going to continue.
Sure.
Either way, a lot of, I think city manager can speak more about the cost per unit or cost per household where the city is now. But I would venture to guess that, it's not as much as the revenue. I think we've had that discussion. I don't know what the actual cost is though, off the top of my head. But I think a lot of the costs the city has are going to continue. And the less 1,500 to 2,000 of ag is a lot less than what would come.
And just one final thing here about our infrastructure overall. You know, we've got the two entrances that would come in off, call it sublets, and then we would open up one potentially, should this move forward, into the vineyard estates there. But my concern here is with our infrastructure, call it sublet. Yes, it's due for repairs this spring. And Sweeney Hyatt is on the books as well. But you know, we're potentially adding 71 additional lots. That's potentially over 200 people. Probably, is it safe to say over 100 vehicles that would be going through either the vineyards or call it sublet every day. You know, and I just, you know, I do have concerns about that, and concerns about our infrastructure and its current capacity to meet that, and even proposed capacity to meet that. And then, you know, some of the citizens have expressed a concern with, you know, no major entrance or exit to a major thoroughfare like sublet. Is that something, you know, are we concerned with maybe people being, you know, I know you gave the report, but.
Yeah, and I think, I don't have it on me, but I think last time during council, we talked about the traffic counts coming out of phase one. It doesn't, 72 homes doesn't equal 150 people leaving each day. I think there's some, our actual citizens that actually live there can probably say some of the traffic that were there before and then after. I think Ms. Ford can speak to that, but I think with the improvement of Sublet Road going from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, most of these people are gonna, I'm sorry, Kennedale Sublet.
Yeah, the 2-lane to 4-lane of Kennedale Sublet.
I mean,
Unless,
sorry.
unless something's changed.
No, I'm
It's-
sorry, just
okay.
widening up.
The widening?
We don't, what are we doing from A to B? And call it and Kennedale Sublet? No, not in front of me. We're already the.
As far as I know, it's only going to be 2 lanes with 2
Okay,
bike
good, sorry, they're
lanes.
just separating.
So they're basically most of Kennedale sublet is going to be built off. And so off camp or off the street to where it does not interfere. I watched the Arlington show. That's how I know this. So most of it's going to be built off the bridge and everything. That's going to be built off into the side. It's only going to be attached at the end, at the very end of the construction. Most of that road will still be available for, you know, travel back and forth, but it's only going to be 2 lanes, I do believe, with a turn lane and some bike lanes. So it's not getting widened that much. And I could be wrong about the turn lane.
Right. And the area of Kennedale Sublet that's being widened is probably a quarter of a mile or at least an eighth of a mile from the entrance to Magnolia Hills 1. And so what we're looking at, you know, this is how it goes. Figure out the incremental cost. How much is the incremental cost for this? I think it could be calculated. We don't have any of the data, so we don't know what the calculation is, but you know, we're going to be spending millions of dollars someday to widen Kennedale Sublet from 2-lane to 4-lane. Millions, tens of millions. This is one more step towards that. We're going to be spending millions, Mansfield Cardinal, Sweeney Height. This is one more step towards that. And then potentially Little Road. So that's all there. We've seen these surprises before. We've seen the surprise where, this particular multifamily housing unit is going to throw off $600,000 a year, and how great it's going to be. And then we're faced with $6 million road alignment infrastructure issue. So you just can't look at the revenue. Just can't. It's the cost on the back end. Now, there are other things, there may be roughly $200,000 worth of impact fees, one-time payment. And these households will generate some sales tax. Maybe $300 or $400 a year per household, maybe $5. But on the other side of the ledger is we have to spend real dollars in real time to both maintain, increase wear and tear on the infrastructure, as well as to expand the infrastructure.
Sorry,
I yield.
I'm sorry, I was looking for my traffic count actually, for this, and I'll probably have it in a second. The only point to make in that, the Collett Sublet, the Sweeney Height, the Kennedale Sublet, those are all improvements that are going to be made with or without this subdivision. So those costs are already spent at this, within the next year. We're not, this isn't enough. We're not the cause of those improvements. They've been needed. The phase 2 is not.
Ken, do you
We'll
have?
have-
We haven't made the improvements for phase 1. And we're almost 5 years into it.
I don't know if there was an improvement for phase 1. Is there an improvement that's
I
related?
think that
directly?
was.
Call it sublet.
Yeah, I think that was, we had Sweeney and Collett that was on the projected roads, but Councilman Michaels, you have the floor.
On the construction entrance, I think if I remember right, when y'all did Magnolia Hills 1, y'all brought in your own concrete trucks
Yes, sir.
or cement plant, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Another thing that concerns me is the people on vineyards, in the vineyards, that low back corner. I myself took a little field trip after a 5-inch rain. And I don't know, have you seen the pictures? But I mean, I've physically seen it, how close the water is getting to the people in the vineyards.
Yes,
And
sir.
then how the water's pushing back over to, the people's property and stuff like that. So you're saying you're going to put in a 50-inch,
60.
60-inch?
Yes.
And I know this is just a zoning request. And I know that,
Here's what I would say. Right now, I'm expecting a 60-inch pipe.
Okay.
From the flows that are coming down there. If I get into engineering and I do topo and we get into a full drainage study and it's larger, it'll be larger. Our plan
Right.
is to collect that water. We have to collect that water coming on.
right,
to
because
us.
all that water runs actually from Sweeney Height and it comes from Beacon Hill.
Yes. It
Okay,
comes across Miss Ford's property, down Miss Marquez's property. If you go down there right now, you can see the same typical type of inlet that we'd be putting in at our connection from at the southern entrance of Magnolia Hills. There's 2 area inlets there. That water used to run down College Sublet and just kind of
Right,
fly onto this property.
right.
And now you can watch it during a 4-inch rain. I've got a video from one of the neighbors. You can watch it during 4-6-inch rain and it's capturing every bit of it. It's not overflowing. It's going directly down into that inlet. So if we can put the road in and grade this property out, it has a place to go. And
Okay,
if we size the inlet the correct size for all the water that's coming down there, we'll capture that water. So do I have a concern with that water overflowing it? Not after we've designed it, not after we've constructed it. No, I think it will, well, I know it will. It'll help that situation. It will not, it'll definitely keep those people from flooding.
okay. Another concern I have, and of course, I've been getting a lot of emails,
Yes,
is
sir.
construction noise.
Yes, sir.
And I know they're subcontractors, and is there any way, if this goes through, that they can be notified that we have an ordinance that,
Yes.
no working on Sundays? I know they get paid by building a
Yeah.
job and stuff like that, and getting the job done. But
100%. That's told
Okay.
to all of us at a pre-construction meeting on site. Everybody is informed. Everybody usually holds to that during the horizontal construction a lot better because a neighbor will hear it, a neighbor that already knows me will
Right.
hear it. So Ms. Ford will call me, Bob will call me, somebody will say, hey, they started this morning, and that's rectified immediately. A lot of the complaints, I actually kind of heard some of them going on behind me tonight about people starting roofing in the morning or putting framing in the
Exactly.
house. 5:30. They're trying to beat the heat. I don't get that information. If that complaint doesn't go to the city, doesn't come to us, we have a hard time stopping it because I'm affiliated with Windsor Homes, so I just have to walk down the hallway and talk to them. But until I know that, if that complaint comes to me, it'll be stopped immediately. And so we will make sure all of our builders know they can't start, all their trades know they can't start. And we'll keep an open line of communication with staff. For a long time, we didn't have much staff to communicate with us. So if those complaints were there, we didn't know about them, but we would have done something about them.
Right. Thank
And
you,
we
Alex.
will today. If there's complaints and people are still doing it, let us know.
Thank you. No further questions.
Open the public hearing. It's 8:07. And we're going to start with Mr. Gary. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for waiting.
Mayor, do you mind if I make a comment real quick?
Yes, please. You
I
can come on up to the podium, but our city managers just like to speak.
want to refer back to the noise ordinance. We do have city ordinances that dictate when a construction worker can work. And generally it starts at 7 a.m. in the morning and it goes to 10 p.m. at night. So there is a time frame for them to work. It's not just for that. It's the same thing for Alta, what I was referring back to for the trash people coming in and dumping. It's for everyone. It's not just for the trash or construction work. It could be for anything that's a nuisance beyond 10 p.m. at night, or obviously during the 10 p.m., 7 a.m. I just want to clarify, it's for everybody, not just particular groups.
Thank you for that. And if you'll just state your name and your address, please.
My name is Chris Gary. I live at 1300 McClogan Court, and I appreciate y'all allowing me to speak about my Magnolia Hills 2 concerns. Obviously, as everybody's aware, they've made multiple changes to the plan since the P&Z meeting a couple days ago. A few changes positive, the construction entrance, second water drainage pond, and offering certain maintenance upkeep to existing residents, me not included, but others. I believe there still are some major concerns about this phase 2 development there. The first one is the addition of the construction entrance. Now, we've had discussions about that. It's going to go on for 12, 18 months until they get the land built, or get the land developed, put the pipes in, put the road in. I've been there since March. In front of my house, there are 2 big gashes in the street. Those did not come from the people putting the pipes in. Those did not come from the people putting the roads in. Those came from the cement trucks coming to my neighbor's house to put in his foundation. That's coming from the people putting the rebar in the foundation. That's from maybe not developer, but the builder brings one of those tractors with the shovel and bangs, cleaning the red dirt out of the streets at all times of the day and night. Now, I appreciate them trying to clean the streets, but if you're going to come through there and bang a tractor with a hook, with a thing on it, it's going to damage the streets, and the streets there are already damaged. So that is a big concern. They can talk about, we're going to build this entrance. It's going to be great for 12 or 18 months, but after that, we're gone. And then you still got the people that lay the foundation. You've got, those trucks aren't light. Those are huge, heavy trucks. And then these big old metal things hang out of them. They take up the whole street. We've all seen it on Collet Sublet for months, for years. It's hard to get down that road. So I implore that there be a permanent access to Kennedale Sublet Road. And y'all are talking about widening it because of traffic. It's going to 4 lanes one day. It's already in the budget. That's great. We appreciate that as residents. Thank you very much. But you're talking about putting another 120, 140, 150 cars a day, plus your construction trucks, your contractors, everything like that on these streets. Now we can sit here and argue about how wide the street is, 25, 27, 25.9, 26 point whatever. It doesn't matter. I have a Chevy 1500 truck And every night, if there's a car parked on one side and a car parked on the other, I have to pull my mirrors in to get down my street. What is fire, EMT, anybody gonna do? You know? Do they have to pop a curb? Maybe. Who cares? They're not getting to save anybody's life. They're not having to do anything like that, so.
Your 3 minutes are up, but I do
Okay.
want to let you finish in case you have just.
Okay, just one or two more things. So I asked that there be a true consideration of permanent road to the main line. And how are we gonna hold the contractors and the people after Scoreboard turns it over to Windsor? And I know you work for Windsor. That's great. I love those guys. Mandy, Jeff, all of them. But how are we gonna hold the rest of those guys accountable outside of calling the police, the non-emergency number, every morning or every other morning or every night at 8 o'clock saying they're still out here banging next door or banging across the street? How are we gonna hold them accountable outside calling the police? Non-emergency number and having the police come out and write them a $500 citation. Those are the things that concern me. I know something's gonna go here. I hope it's residential. I like the Windsor product, yes. But we've got to do something to protect the safety of our residents and the noise, pollution, things like that that affect our residents daily.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Catherine McBroom. And I forgot to remind everyone, it's still the 3 minutes, and you'll hear the timer now.
My name is Catherine McBroom. I live at 1237 Levy Lane. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My husband and I, Stephen McBroom, are opposed to the new development of Magnolia Hills Phase 2. Our biggest concern with the second phase is the traffic that will be going down Levy Lane. Levy Lane would be used at least 50% of the time for those entering and exiting the new division. Levy Lane was designed to be a side street and not intended to be the main entrance into an entire neighborhood of 71 new houses. Our street is not as wide as Colette Sublet. This is a safety concern. 2 weeks ago, a fire truck couldn't get down McClellan because there were cars parked on the same street, on the sides of the street. This will always be a problem. There will always be residents parking on the side of the street. For instance, our family has 2 teenagers, and we next year will be a family with 4 cars. Due to the short length of our driveway, we will be forced to park 2 cars across the street from our house. When 2 cars are parked on our street, it is very difficult for a 3rd car to drive down the center street and impossible for a fire truck or large construction vehicles to pass. This will be a direct safety concern for those living in the new phase and for those of us on Levy Lane and McClellan. We appreciate that the developer has made the arrangements for a construction entrance. However, the developer stated that once they finish horizontal, then we will no longer have that entrance. And that means Levy Lane and McClellan will be the primary entrances for construction vehicles. Large pallet trucks, 18-wheelers, and cement trucks will not be able to fit down our street. For instance, during construction of the other houses on Levy Lane, my husband and I had to park on Tucker multiple times and walk to our house because we couldn't get our car down the street. We had to carry groceries 7 houses down. Therefore, we request that any development on this land have its own entrance from Sublet, so our streets are not the main entrance and exit. We also request that the construction entrance remain open throughout the entirety of the construction and of the new homes. We have heard from the builder that the current landowners do not want a permanent entrance off of Sublet. They don't want to have an entrance near their home, and neither do we. However, we have no control over this except to ask you to please listen to us and listen to our plea as we have elected you as our officials. Please listen to us, be our voice in this matter. The majority of the current residents in Magnolia and the Vineyard do not want this development for the reasons stated tonight. If the city is set on developing this land, please listen to us and refuse to sign off on a builder who is not planning on putting an entrance to Sublet permanently. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Laura Ford.
Hello, my name's Laura Ford.
I live at 305 Colette Sublet. I am one of the property owners. In several of these meetings, I have listened to my neighbors complain about the noise, the traffic, the trash, etc. of Magnolia Hills 2 will cause. They all have legitimate complaints. Bob Cleveland and myself complained of these same things. We didn't want the noise, we didn't want the trash, and we certainly didn't want Colette Sublet opened up to through traffic. But with Magnolia Hills 1, it proved to be a good asset for Kennedale. It brought quality homes, dream homes for a lot of the families, and it brought good neighbors. It also helped to lower our property tax and bring revenue into Kennedale. We as property owners have contracted with Scarborough to develop Magnolia Hills 2. Scarborough is a locally owned company. It's stable. They do quality work with this development that will correct problems that other developers have created and left behind. Scarborough has worked with our city officials. They have revised the plan 3 times to accommodate our city's requests. They have worked with the police department, the fire department, the schools to assure that these 71 houses will not create additional burden to our city. They have worked with the neighbors for easements and concerns joining the property. I hope as elected representatives of our city, you appreciate this effort that the developer has made to transition this development that's good for Kennedale. With this development, it is one step closer to continuing lowering our property taxes and bringing revenue into our city to help with the infrastructure. In my 76 years, I have learned that everything changes. Nothing ever stays the same. I'm pretty much a realist, and I know this property will sell. It won't stay the same. I'm hoping that when it is developed, it will be with a quality residential addition that Scarborough can provide, rather than the possibility of low-income houses or apartments. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris and Kelly Rinaldo. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I missed that. We had several that emailed us and asked for them to be read into the minutes. So this is one I'm going to read from Krista Lewis and Garrison Lewis from 1312 Tucker Lane. I have some concerns about the Magnolia Phase 2 plans. These are cut. She's not speaking. She says cut short because she thought she was going to be able to be here to speak. First of all, I'm concerned that not all my neighbors and those in the surrounding area received the notification letter regarding this development or this meeting. I think it's wrong that they were not informed properly about something that would affect their daily lives over the next several years. The map on the letter was not accurate either. I strongly oppose this development altogether. When we signed our contract back in 2021, we were never made aware of this potential development. We paid a lot of premium for our property, all while Windsor allowed us to believe that we would have the beautiful view outside our back porch. On top of that, we have some serious safety concerns. In the new proposed plan, the developer does not have streets wide enough for emergency personnel, such as fire trucks, and does not meet the fire safety standard. The houses are only 10 foot apart, with some houses having blocked access to the back gate. If there were to be a fire, our houses are so incredibly close together that the fire could easily move to the next house. I encourage you to drive through Magnolia Hills and pay close attention to the space between AC units and rooftops. Even with larger lots, they'll still put larger lots on the lots that fill the entire width of the lot. Additionally, we're concerned about the drainage issue. The pond that they want to fill in has not been proven to not be a watershed pond. While a city council member did a lot of research proving it is a watershed pond. If you're not aware, watershed ponds are federally protected and may not be changed. I have a photo and video evidence of these ponds overfilling and flooding the land. If the timeline for construction follows Magnolia Hills and both Mansfield neighborhoods. They will be in our neighborhood for approximately 4 to 5 years. We did not sign up to be a construction zone for over 5 years when we built here. The construction is loud, long hours, dirty, not to mention the damage they've already caused our neighborhood. The workers have no consideration for the peace and begin work as early as 6 a.m. and continue to work as late as 9 p.m., 7 days a week. To put this in perspective, my now 6-year-old son will be 11 or 12 years old when this development will be completed. The traffic from the new phase coming through McClellan and Levy will be overwhelming with 71 new houses. That's adding approximately 150 more cars to our neighborhood, which already sees a ton of traffic with a roundabout and people cutting through the neighborhood. The pressure that this development will add to KISD is concerning, in addition to the 3 other apartment complexes that are currently coming up. We strongly disagree that we need more rooftops and to fill every green space. However, the city is dead set on this happening. We suggest a revision of plans for streets to be wide enough for emergency vehicles, obtain ownership of the pond they plan to expand to ensure no changes will happen without the HOA approval. Proof that the pond, I'll finish this sentence, pond is not a watershed pond, and most importantly, purchase more land so they can add an additional road exiting sublet. I was hoping you were timing me. I didn't know how long I'd gone. This one is, I need to be timed as well. This is Lauren Groth. Hope I pronounced your name right, Lauren. Hello, I'm writing to oppose the zoning change request for the land adjacent to Magnolia Hill subdivision off of Sublet Road. While I have many reasons against the proposed change, including poor drainage and the noise, traffic, and safety issues associated with construction, this letter will mainly focus on how it will negatively affect our schools. To begin with, the plethora of new developments already zoned to the schools of Kennedale Independent School District would seem that we are at risk of overcrowding and putting unnecessary pressure on the school buildings and those who learn and work in them. As an educator myself, I know how overcrowding and large class sizes directly impact student learning. It is proven that a high-quality teacher is the single biggest influence on student achievement. Again, as an educator, I can tell you from firsthand experience that teachers don't want to teach in overcrowded classes and schools. How can we recruit and retain the best teachers to educate our children when they will be working in less than ideal conditions? Please, as a council member, Rocky Gilly shared with me in an email the other week, we already have approximately 20 to 25% of the students in our districts choosing to transfer to private schools or other school districts. If our schools continue to decline in academic performance as they already have, and then she references to an accountability report on the KISD domain, then this issue will only get worse. Those that are able to move their students to educational institutions they deem better will do so, and those that don't have the means will not be able to do so. Please do not try to put the blame solely on COVID for the decline in academic performance. The neighboring school district that I work in has been able to actually improve their grade from TEA from 2019 to 2022, whereas KISD has dropped their overall score by 4 points from 88 to 84. This overall score is broken down into domains, and Kennedale dropped 7 points in the category of student achievement and a whopping 10 points in the category of closing the gaps. This closing the gaps category is all about how well different populations in the district are performing. Interestingly, those tend to be the groups of students that have less access to switching schools or districts should they want to do so. How can adding even more students in new housing when we're already experiencing a huge boom in housing be a responsible decision for the future of our city? I believe we need to slow down with all the new construction, bringing new residents, and allow KISD time to adapt and adjust to all the new students that will be responsible for teaching and growing. I sincerely hope that you will consider some of our youngest residents when you are making the decision to take away yet another piece of beautiful open land and put up more housing. As I also mentioned, I believe changing the zoning is a terrible choice, also due to poor drainage. And I have one sentence left, and traffic safety issues associated with construction. And I would be happy to go into the more detail on those. However, I know my time is limited. So that's pretty good, right? They must have timed it themselves. This. Yeah. This one is not as long. Betty Usry. In reference to the city council meeting scheduled for Tuesday, I asked that the following comments be read. To begin, some of the residents affected by this proposed zoning change were not notified, including me. And when I asked if the P and Z meeting would be held on Thursday, November 10th, without proper notification to those affected, I was told yes. The excuses for lack of notification were TAD, the post office, etc. There has been lack of transparency between the developer, Scorberg. On their website, Windsor Homes is shown. Until the P and Z meeting on Thursday, November 10th, the homeowners in Magnolia Hills were not aware of possible picnic tables, park benches, and soccer fields with phase 2. The letter that some of the affected residents received was vastly different compared to what was proposed at the P and Z meeting. To move beyond the lack of notification, traffic added by the addition of 71 homes will cause many problems because the streets in the initial development are not wide enough and there are only 2 outlets proposed in Magnolia Hills. A fire truck recently had a terrible time squeezing by cars. Residents will be paying and exposed to liability if there's a problem with traffic or if non-residents are harmed while using soccer fields, picnic tables, park benches. Construction will cause a vast number of problems in getting to our homes. In addition, the noise outside of regulated hours will be disruptive to our lives. And our health and safety will be affected if emergency responders cannot get to our homes timely. Please, as elected representatives of the city of Kennedale, oppose this zoning change. This is from Udesh and Janelle Bali at 1304 Samuel Court. We are residents of Magnolia Hills Phase 1. We will not be able to attend, but want to express our concerns. We are not against the development, but we do feel that there needs to be a second main entrance off Kennedale Sublette Road into the new Phase 2 neighborhood to prevent additional traffic congestion. McClellan and Levy roads are very narrow and College Sublette is already very busy. It is used by residents who live off Sweeney to cut across Kennedale Sublette. Please consider a second main entrance to Phase 2. This one is from Linda Miller. And she says that she wants to say the matter of the ponds on Bob and Mr. Brown and myself on their land. I know for a fact these ponds are all man-made. I've lived here for 75 years and witnessed this with my own eyes. I do not think anyone or the city has the right to tell them they cannot sell their property. I live next to Paul and close to all said property. I'm in favor to selling property. Kennedale's my home. You can't stop growth. Thank you for your time. 411 Kevin Miller. I have 2 more. This one is from Christina Fowler at 1356 College Sublette. My husband, Daniel Fowler, and I live at 1356 College Sublette. We are residents of Magnolia Hills neighborhood. We are unable to attend, so we're sending this to request our comments heard. We attended the first meeting on November 10th regarding the property zoning. It was made clear to us in that meeting that our concerns held no bearing on the decision-making process. In fact, after those who requested to speak did so, we were educated that the purpose of that meeting was to simply review the zoning request under certain parameters to determine if the request was acceptable to pass. We were told to take our concerns to the city council, so here we are. We ask that the city council hear the concerns of its residents. We are against the building of the new development for the issues stated by others. To recap, traffic generation, that the current roads are not equipped to support heavy traffic, construction vehicles, nor are they up to city code. Road access causes safety issues because emergency vehicles are not able to get through. The new community not having its own exit and entrance is also a problem because it will cause bottlenecks. Drainage issues and rerouting of the water to private property is a concern. Noise disturbance for the next 3 to 5 years. We understand that the builders, investors are trying to make a buck and it may look good on paper, but I assure you, the only ones that want this community built are those profiting from it directly. Just because you technically can approve something doesn't mean you should. Is there any weight the community holds on this decision? If not, then what was the point of informing us and allowing us to speak? So we can just feel like we have a say? I guess what we're getting at is what realistically needs to happen is to prevent the new community from being built. Or is this already approved behind the scenes and this is all a formality? We feel the proposed solutions we heard at the first meeting do not truly solve the issues. It seemed like a temporary fix to look good on paper to get this approved, then will be left up to the city and its residents to deal with. If the city of Kennedale is set on approving this new community, then we strongly urge real solutions be presented. One that can address the traffic, roads, and drainage issues long-term. If none exist, then maybe that land shouldn't be built on. Thank you for your time, Daniel and Christina Powler. Last one. Oh, Chris Gary, you already spoke, so. So that concludes our public hearing at 8:32. Do we have, yep, sure.
I'm sorry, I don't want to take up much time. I just wanted to respond to a couple of comments, mainly the construction noise. I think Thursday night's the first time that it's made it to me or made it into, like I said, we are a sister company, Windsor Homes. So that can easily be something that I said that we can work towards putting notices out there and stop any early construction noise. Right now, they basically said, well, somebody said, well, we're gone. We're not gone. I'm still here. I'm here through the end of the last home being built. So we're here. I'm here and available for staff to tell there's issues. I'll be here through that. Also, we talked about the streets not being designed wide enough. I think we already kind of went through that, but Call It Sublet is a wider street. It's 32 inches. It's supposed to be kind of a connector. When we designed this, the first phase, it was said that this wasn't the intent. These levee roads and McClellan roads, it wasn't intended to ever go to anything. Well, they were actually stubbed out for future expansion. Call It Sublet is a thoroughfare. And so those are both expanded from Call It Sublet where there's a wider road. And so the original intent was to connect over to Call It Sublet. It wasn't to go through the houses to the north. There's homes lined along there. We're being given a construction entrance, but to put an actual road through there, we'd be going through homes. So I just wanted to hit on that. And then, that was the other big reason. I did find my traffic counts. We were talking 150 to 200. So I had this information last time and we discussed it with my traffic engineer. The AM peak trips in the morning generated by 72 lots, now 71, was 55 trips in the mornings. And then at 73 in the afternoons. So that's 14 entering in the morning. So you don't have many people entering in the morning. And then 45 exit. That's what this would produce. But you're also looking at producing this from two different entrances. So I would say that a majority of these people from the south are going to go on the south of that number 2 on your screen. We're going to go down McClellan, and then you've got some of them going down Levee. So you're looking at more like 25 trips a day based on traffic generation calculations. And then the afternoon, that's 73 peak. That's, sorry, I lost it. 46 entering, coming home, and 26 exiting to go do different things because you have some people picking up their kids from school and then they're going back to activities. So you've got 27 exits. And so splitting those between the two roads, you're going to have probably, I would say 35 to 40 coming out both those entrances, hitting Call It. Some will go south, most will go north up to Call It Sublet. But again, that road was increased in size, Call It Sublet, because it's more north-south collector street. Thank you.
So here's what I'd like to do at this point, if it's okay with council. If you have any questions, I'd like for you to make sure you get all your questions answered, but I feel like there's already been discussion. I know both Councilman Horton and Gilly, this is new to you for the first time that you're seeing it. But the other council, this will be your second time to see this. And we certainly, it's not my intention to cut off discussion. I want to make sure you get all your questions answered, but I feel like we've had enough time on discussion, and if there's no more questions.
I would like it cleared up. This is a straight zoning case, not a planned development. There are no contingencies that we put on this other than what is allowed by zoning.
As far as I know, it's a PD with base R4 housing.
This is a planned development?
This is
not
a PD with base R4 housing, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you for letting me know. That is that a recent change, or that is not a change? Okay.
Any other questions? If there's no more questions, I'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve PZ case 22-14.
Do I have a motion to approve? Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second to approve PZ case 2214. All in favor of approval, raise your hand. 2. Okay, all against? 3-2 does not pass. We're going to move to executive session pursuant to 551.071, consultation with the city attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or a settlement offer or pertaining to any matter in which the duty of the city council to the city under Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct may conflict with the requirements of the Texas Open Meetings Act, including discussion of any item posted on the agenda or legal issues regarding the Open Meeting Act, and the following: 1, revision of Uniform Development Code; 2, McDonald versus City of Kennedale. Pursuant to 551.072, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property when deliberation in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the city in negotiations with a third party. Pursuant to 551.087, to deliberate regarding commercial or financial information that the city has received from a business prospect that the city seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the city, and with which the city is conducting economic development negotiations, or 2, the author of a financial or other incentive to a business prospect described by subdivision above. Pursuant to 55.071, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, including the following: appointments to boards and commissions. And we will, it is 8:40.
Mayor,
Recess.
I'm sorry to ask, in light of our last motion, there was a motion to approve, there was a second, it failed. Was there a motion to deny that
Yes.
was needed?
Yes, that is my question also. Does that require a motion to deny?
Failed by virtue of being approved.
Okay, thank you.
So no motion was needed to deny, thank you. And may I ask for about a 10-minute recess if possible? I will give you 7.453, yes. Yes. If this road, right?
So I can just say, I can see this. Probably should have ran that by them before.
It's, most cities, it's a courtesy to let them send in the emails and whatnot, and we consider them, and certainly for the 20%. Calculate the number of folks that are in the position. So
Did I not just say?
I can't tell you how much more I like.
Well, the old city manager was an old.
Well, that's me. That's the role that I.
Not anymore, Bucko. And the loud voice just now.
That's why I try not to stay home. 79 to 80.
That's warm.
I'm cold.
Whoa.
You got to remember, my house was built during Fred Flintstone time. Sorry.
We'll reconvene from executive session at 9:52. And do I have, in reference to action item on our boards, do I have a motion for the BOA?
Yes, Mayor, I have a motion for, I have a motion for the BOA boards for place one. Azam. I can't say his last name, I'm sorry.
Shake.
Shake.
Thank you, Shake. Place two, Jessica Buchanan. Place three, Kelly Rod. Place four, Thelma Kovac. Place five, Pat Vader. Place six, vacant. Place seven, vacant. Place eight, vacant. Place nine, vacant. Thelma Kovac, place four as chair. Kelly Rod continuing as vice chair.
There's been a
I'll
motion. Do I
second
have a
that.
second? Sorry, who seconded?
I will second that,
Okay,
Madam Mayor.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Unanimous, approved. EDC,
Madam Mayor, I have a motion for the EDC board. Place one, Tyson Eubank. Place two, Marcel Terry. Place three, James Connor. Place four, Daryl Tippy. Place five, Jared Reeves. Place six, Mark Uri. Place seven, David Dickinson Cuniff.
do I have a second?
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Do I have a first and a second? All in favor? Unanimous, approved. Keep Kennedale Beautiful.
Madam Mayor, I have a motion for Keep Kennedale Beautiful. Place one, Wyla Turner. Place two, Keith Courtney. Place three, Linda Miller. Place four, Lori Sanders. Place five, Kim Courtney.
Do you have a second? All in favor? Unanimous. Library Board,
Madam Mayor, I have a motion for the library board. Place one, Jonathan Sheffrin. Place two, Lori Boyd. Place three, Robert Mundy. Place four, Tiffany Michaels. Place five, Tamiko Sargent.
do you have a second? All in favor? Abstaining? So I have a 4-1 with Councilman Michaels abstaining due to his wife being on the board. And Parks and Recreation Board,
Madam Mayor, I have a motion for Parks and Recreation Board. Place one, Stacy Scaff. Place two, Jeff Navarez. Place three, DeVal Coleman. Place four, Keith Courtney. Place five, vacant. Place six, Colby Cowan. Place seven, vacant. Place eight, vacant. Place nine, vacant.
do you have a second?
I will second that, Madam Mayor.
All in favor? Unanimous? Approved. Planning and zoning?
Madam Mayor, have a motion for Planning and Zoning Commission, place one, Andrew Makowski. Place two, Michael Brown. Place three, Colby Cowan. Place four, Michael Moran. Place five, Perry Clemente. Place six, David Dickinson Cuniff. Place seven, Mark Perkins.
Eight and nine vacant.
Place eight vacant, place nine vacant.
Do you have a second?
I'll second, Madam Mayor.
All in favor? Approved unanimous. TERS board?
Madam Mayor, I have a motion for the Chairs Board. Place one, Daryl Tippy. Place two, Mayor Jan Joplin. Place three, Councilman Gilly. Place four, Councilman Horton. With place three, Councilman Gilly as the chair.
Do you have a second? All in favor? Oh, three and abstaining, sorry, abstaining two. So it's a three with two abstaining. Sorry, it's late.
It is.
TDD, Town Center Development District Board.
Madam Mayor, I have a motion for Town Center Development for place one, EDC President Mark Urey. Place two, EDC member Jared Reeves. Place four, the mayor, Mayor Joplin. Place four, Councilmember Michaels. Place five, Councilmember Dagenhart. And then there is a non-voting staff to serve as ex officio or advisory director. That is vacant.
Do you have a second?
I'll second, Madam Mayor.
All in favor? All abstaining? So three with two abstaining.
Madam Mayor, that is all the motions I have for the boards.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second? All in favor? Good night. Thank you very much. The time is 9:59. Oh, 9:59. Oh, my new gavel. Yes.
Recording stopped.